I know people pay a lot of money to get a good tan, and I really shouldn't be complaining that I have this this brilliant resource shining through my window in my eyes, because it is a beautiful Friday morning. It really is. It is wonderful to be here in all the brightness and glory. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Golden Mom. Oops, that's the wrong one. How about this one? That's the wrong one too. It's Friday, you know. Give me a minute to get it fixed here. We'll try this again. There we go. There we go. Good morning, Golden Mom. I think that's on the screen now. Just want to wish you a happy Friday and congratulate you on your recent win of all things internet related, being the first in chat. It is good to have you here, and congratulations on winning the internet for the day, or at least for the morning, for part one of day 5 of Juan Ortiz single-handedly taking on the state of Texas down there in Bexar County. This is going to be a fun day. It's going to be exciting. We've got some things happening as opposed to yesterday, which was painful. I had nightmares about the events of yesterday. I just trusting you guys can see me because I can't see anything. Oh man, it's yesterday's live stream was a little bit rough because there was so little happening for so long. Let's see if we can get. I can't quite see. Can you guys just tell me when the stream works right and when the people are back in court? How about that? Let me instead go to the chat section. Just wish everyone a good morning. Golden Mom, Exodus, Katrina, Allison, Pauline, Abby in the UK, Mary Kay's here. Laura, good morning. Miss L, Cup of Joe, top of the morning to you as well. Mac, Toxic Orchids in the house. Suzanne, Tiffany Marie, Carly, Keisha, Laura the Watcher's here. Good morning, Laura. DMB, Secondus, greetings and salutations. Both. So we got both of those this morning, which is wonderful. And all that rubbish, right? CB Clark, Stephen Lee, Stephen. I was last night in the middle of my nightmare. I mean, I was tossing and turning, and I was awakened in my nightmare. I'm not sure if this is a good thing or bad thing, but I was awakened in my nightmare, and I roll over and look at the clock on my phone, and it says 3:01 a.m. and the burner phone was ringing. And I think, who would be calling me at 3 a.m. on the burner phone? So, Stephen, who would call me at 3 a.m. on the burner phone? Just between you and me. I'll give you one guess. I think I'm gonna hold that recording, Stephen, and hold that against you in case we need something out of you. Because I did get a 3 a.m. Drunk call from Stephen Lee this morning on the burner phone. But thank you so much for that. We will play that at some point. Probably when I can see what's happening. So the sun will have to move just a few degrees in the sky before that happens. It's sweater weather today for sure. A little bit of frost outside, 30 degrees outside in chilly North Carolina right now. Are you in a direct light of a small sun? Yes, I am on the sun right now. I'm coming to you live from the sun, the surface of the sun. It's really hot here. As the Day Might Be Giant says, the sun is hot. The sun is not a place where you can live. Hi, lovely peoples. Abby, welcome to this amazing channel. Please hit the like button. Thank you for letting everybody know we just have a dozen so far. You could be lucky number 13 if you very quickly dart over to the channel page and hit that like button, or the video page and hit the like button. Anne brought donuts. Oh, good. I was hoping somebody would. Anne, thank you so much. I appreciate you just taking that on and providing those for everybody. So please take one, pass them around. After 9 hours of Ortiz, I feel like the Pike County trial was super speedy. Right. I can go back and watch the whole thing in all of its 59 days of glory and relish in the speed at which they did things, because Ortiz is like nothing else. CB Clark says, I went back and watched day one, Erica's testimony, because I had no understanding of the timeline events. Yesterday's news to me about killings occurring so soon to his capture, I had no idea. Right. They really haven't said that. And that's like okay, in the news media, they say don't bury the lead, right? The burying the lead is when you take the best part of the story and you like hide it down the fourth paragraph, right? You really need to come out with this punch. The lead, it's got to be right in the top where it really grabs the reader, right? That's called, so you don't bury the lead. I think the prosecution buried the lead here. The fact that he had killed people just hours before he was captured, they just sort of glossed over that fact. And they're throwing the dates out there and stuff, but this is 4 years ago and everyone's trying to just calendar and stuff like that. They need to really build that timeline. They need to have a chart and a map and a timeline and a stamp and draw a little line who went here, and then you killed this person, draw a line, then you went here, then you killed this person. That's really what they need to do to really let this sink into the jury, because they don't have the ability that we have to go back and rewatch and think, oh, okay, I didn't hear that part, rewind a little bit. No, they're just all taking it in. And granted, in deliberations, they'll be able to go back and look at all this evidence. But I'm wondering if they're capturing just the scope of how this happened, the timeline of how this happened. Great catch there, CV. Good morning, mods, from Anne and from all of us. Good to have you here. Yeah, Stephen, you don't remember that 3 a.m. call, do you? Apparently, you said you'd had a beer or 6, if I remember correctly. But I appreciate the call. As promised, I might say, you did warn me that I would be getting a drunk call at 3 a.m. Joellen, sorry to hear you've got the funeral to go to. We will miss you. We'll be here to support you when you come back. Let's see. Feel free to play it. Yes, I will. I don't need your permission, Stephen. When you're drunk, that's in the commission of a crime. You know, drunk. I think it's a felony to call someone when you're drunk at 3 a.m. I might add, and so I don't need to get a warrant or anything to play that. Toxic's doing a Costco run. If anybody needs anything, let her know now. It will be in bulk, but she can pick it up for you. Did you get my text this morning on the burner phone? Let me check. I did get a few things on the burner phone this morning. Pauline, looks like, let's see, we've got another, yes, 2 car chases out of Los Angeles, right? There was a Lexus and there was an armed driver, I think. And the sun is almost far enough away that I can see what's happening here. Pauline, I did see those. It was a little late to go live with that. I will tell you, though, at your encouragement, at the chat's encouragement, I got a solid 7 hours of sleep last night. Well, not solid, because at 3 a.m. there was a small interruption. But other than that, I got 7 hours of sleep. And so I'm feeling great today. Why does my counter say 3 and you're at 12? Mine says 25 now, Laura. Yours might be a little slower, but we're getting the likes rolling in. I appreciate that. As we get set for court to start, should be exciting. I'm not going to switch to my full screen face of me because it's just blinding. The camera would just like rebel. It's like, too much light. And it would be awful. I'm so in like with car crashes. in like with car crashes. Hubby thinks I'm nutters, but I don't care. I love them as well, especially when people don't get hurt. You know it's coming. It's like in NASCAR. It's like watching NASCAR. You know there's going to be a crash. Or Formula One, when you know that first time the whole pack is moving up to the chicanes, they're ready to zigzag through. You know that they're not going to fit 3 wide through there, and something's got to give. I love those moments. Golden Mom got a solid 4 hours there, so you should be good for the whole day, Golden Mom. That's plenty of sleep. Utah weather report, all 26.2 Fahrenheit with 2 inches of new snow. I've been awakened by the snowplow. Yes, snowplow for only 2 inches. KQD, if we had 2 inches of snow here in North Carolina, everything would shut down. Grocery stores would close for the day. We do not have the capability to deal with snow or the ice that accompanies it, because when it snows here, we get ice, which is a little different than Utah and that amazing powder snow they get, but it happens. Let's see. Shane just left a voice message. I will have to start checking these here when we get a little bit of a break. I'll watch for booms and bangs. Awesome. Geo's Girl, welcome. For some reason, I don't recall seeing your name before. So if this is the first time you're in chat, or if you came over from Discord, maybe you did, or maybe you just changed your name. Welcome. Good to have you here. Let's see. Okay. Katrina says, KQD, where are you? I forgot. I'm in Weber County. I think he's in Davis County, just south of you, a few miles south. When I get snow, I make snow angels. Who doesn't? Everybody makes snow angels. We never grow out of that. All right, sunshine has moved, so we can now mostly show my face a little bit. Wow, it's a little bit of a rough morning, but it's Friday after all, which is good. So let me just check the feeds, get everything lined up that we need for today's court, which should be interesting, because first of all, I think we're going back to, what are we on? Are we on disc 7 this morning or disc 8? I don't recall which disc we're on. The 12 disc box set edition of Mr. Ortiz's confession we're over halfway through, I think, or at least we're at disc 7.5. Okay, so that sounds about right. But the first 5 discs had nothing in them. I mean, like it was almost a blank recording as far as quality. But the last one last night, he started to break. He started to confess. He finally admitted that he knew Erica Penne, and he admitted that he had picked her up, knew she was a prostitute, picked her up, had given her money. I think he admitted he had taken her to the drug house. Not sure if he admitted that he had paid for the drugs. I didn't hear that part clearly or not, but there was a lot that we couldn't hear clearly, because the potato they used to record the interview is a very poor potato indeed, and just audio is poor there. So we're struggling to find the details. I'm pretty sure the prosecution will clarify them at some point, if not during the interrogation or immediately prior to the video being played. They'll probably clarify the pertinent parts in the closing. So we'll get all those details one way or another. But let's see. Coffee Mom says, good morning. Spent an hour this morning looking for my kids' glasses, and they were under the only table I didn't check. Driving kids to school today. Coffee Mom, just a fun fact. They're always the last place you look. So just start there, and it will save you a ton of time. You're welcome. So yeah, we're picking up though today with disc 7.5 or 8 or wherever it is. We're on disc 7 this morning, says Laura. I don't recommend watching 1 through 6. Yeah, I give him 2 stars out of 5. Not the best video production, but we're starting right in the middle of the confession, where he's actually providing information, where he's actually saying, yes, this is what I did. This is how I killed her. This is where it was. This is where I went next. This is the part we've been waiting for. This is also the part we should have started with. If somebody can get the prosecution a note and just let them know that for future cases, this is the part you want to start playing with, to start playing at. Anyway, Shane O'Neill has been bailed out once again, and is back with us in chat. Thank you, Shane. Good to have you here. And I think you left me a message too, I think you said, so I will have to check that. Let's see where we're at. Mutt comes in, says, as an Irishman, I find your slander of potatoes offensive. It wasn't an Irish potato. There's no way. An Irish potato would have done a better job recording the audio than this one did. And because Mrs. Recovery Addict may be listening, it wasn't an Idaho potato either. So I know she's fond of Idaho potatoes. Let's see. Okay, so we're almost there. We have no footage yet from any of the sources that we are hoping will come in. We do plan on having almost gavel-to-gavel coverage from Ken's 5, but right at the juicy parts, we're sure they're going to cut out right at the end of the day, because that's what they do. And I am actually missing one of my feeds. Pop. Okay, there we go. Plug in the cable and it works. I have the right HDMI cable. See, that's how quick it was. When something wasn't working, all I have to do is plug it in and boom, it's now working. And I have it. I did bring an object for show and tell, because we've seen it a lot in the photos that are being shown. Hey, KF7IK, Alpha India Kilo, good to have you here. Welcome. I know who you are. Good to have you. Thank you. This is what we do every day. We'll have to talk sometime offline. We've got some show and tell, right? Because they've been showing some pictures on the ground of the crime scene, and they've been showing some shell casings. And so I have brought today that really messes with my green screen. That's not like, it doesn't like that. Okay, I've brought from my own personal collection an item very similar to what has been talked about in court. Now remember, the suspected murder weapon here was an H&K P2000 in .40 caliber. This is also an H&K magazine, also a high-capacity magazine like the police version, holds 12 rounds. It is also .40 caliber, and I have some federal ammunition in here, just so I can show you a little bit. This is for those who are not as familiar with the size of the bullets we're talking about, right? There are some of you that aren't gun people, and so I was going to show you this right here. If we can, this is a .40 caliber bullet, and you can see we've got a casing on the bottom, the silver part. I think his were brass, but mine's silver. You've got the tip, which has a little bit of a hole in it. This is called a hollow point. This is what the type of rounds he would be carrying. So it has a jacket, this copper jacket, and the inside is lead. It's designed like this because it's designed when it impacts, it mushrooms out and does more impact. Wow, my camera is not like this. The sun is playing havoc on it. The back of the round, you can see has, let's see if I can focus on that. It does say federal on it, and it says S&W 40. Smith & Wesson 40 is the name of the size of the bullet. The diameter, .40 calibers. It has to do with the thickness across here. A 9mm bullet, which we hear a lot about, is a little bit narrower than this, a little bit smaller. So it's a very similar size bullet, but smaller. So when they say at the crime scene that they're picking up shell casings, they're picking up just this back end part, because when the bullet is fired, the little primer on the back in the middle circle, a firing pin hits that and it causes an explosion inside. This tip flies out, the lead with the jacket on, flies out and hits, goes out the barrel and hits something. But this remainder, this last little silver part, once it's empty and the powder inside is burned, it ejects out the side. The gun spits it out as it loads the next round, because it's a semi-automatic, meaning every time you pull the trigger, it's not automatic. You pull the trigger and it goes, you pull the trigger once and it shoots. You pull the trigger again and it shoots. So as it ejects out the bullet and loads the next one, this casing lands on the ground. And this is those casings are what they're finding next to the bodies. And all these casings are matching up on the back. They're saying that it's federal ammunition. They're all the same size of casings, all the same caliber. And when they say that, why would there be bullets missing out of the gun? They're talking about this magazine where on the back, if you can see here, it has, you can see the even numbers down the side. It says 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. See the 12? See how it's a dark circle instead of a bright circle? Well, it's dark because one of the bullets is missing out of the gun. And as I push the bullet back in and put it back in the stack, you'll see that now that circle on 12 is bright as the primer is now filling that hole. So I can see that there's no ammunition missing out of the stack. So I can look at it and know how much I have without having to take everything out and count it. Obviously, the police say they looked at his gun and took casings out, and they know that some were missing. So just for those who are curious, the firearm that this goes to is still locked in a safe. We've only got ammunition here today. I won't be showing the firearm, but it's in a safe spot, and the ammunition can't do anything on its own. So anyway, so that's a little ammunition 101 to get you guys started. Let's see. Had a bunch of questions here. Shane, I do own a firearm. It's very common here in the U.S. to own firearms. More than half the population does, and of those that own firearms, many of them own several firearms. It's a different culture than what's over in the UK, over in Ireland, and the vast majority of gun owners in the U.S. Are very responsible gun owners. Let's see. Okay. So that was a hollow point. Glad I can help you guys out a little bit. If you do have any other questions about the ammunition or about the gun related information about the investigation, I'll try to help you out all that I can. Stephen Lee says, I own firearms, duty and personal and sport, not a hunter. I don't do much hunting either. I have been hunting, but I'm not very successful. Let's put it that way. Tiffany Marie says, Recovery Addict, I've learned so much about wires, ammo, and other random facts from you. Yeah, and lockpicking. Don't forget lockpicking. We had lockpicking 101 yesterday. We might do the advanced course if we get a break today. Law and Crime is showing us the seal on the wall, but that's all we get so far. Let me just double check and make sure KSAT is going to provide us a feed this morning. Yep, everything's looking good so far. No footage yet. Okay. I was going to bring you the audio from the Bexar County from the police feed, just in case something happens, in case we have another one of those hoax threats, right, that we saw up in Wisconsin during the DB trial. I was going to have the audio from the police scanner ready so we'd be able to hear what's going on outside the courthouse while we're watching what's happening inside the courthouse. But the only feed available has an extremely high-pitched whine in the background. Think jet engine at maximum speed. That sort of sound in the background. And after what we've been through with yesterday's videos in the interrogation, I couldn't put you through that. I couldn't do that. So we'll have to pass on that. If that happens, maybe we'll take it. I have enough audio gear. I could probably run it through an equalizer and remove that sound, but I didn't have enough time this morning to do that. Okay, I've missed several things. Ed says, Recovery Addict, next Saturday I'm taking my CCW course. After that's completed, what other steps are necessary? Taking a picture, filing with the state. Ed, what state are you in? The requirements change from state to state. There are some states that require only showing proficiency in handling a firearm. There are some that require a shooting test. There are some that require a sign-off from the sheriff in your county. Basically, they run a quick background check and say, yes, this person has a clean record. There are some states that I believe, I'm not sure if this is the case, like Washington, was it in D.C.? I forget. One of them required that, it's not a state, I realize, but one of them required that you show cause, a need for having one. So it just varies from state to state, Ed. Ohio is now constitutional carry. Several states are now. Several states are constitutional carry, which when you hear that, that means that written into the Constitution of the state is a provision that says that as a resident of the state, you are entitled, or you have the right to carry a weapon, a concealed weapon, for protection or for whatever use you deem necessary, as long as it's legal, without a permit. I mean, you don't have to go through any approval process. You don't have to register. You don't have to carry a license to do so. It's called constitutional carry, and it's becoming popular in several states. There are other states where it's completely illegal to carry a concealed weapon, and each state can set their own laws that way. But let's see, Ed, I'm not sure if I saw your reply about what state you're in, but I would say even though I may be educated, Florida, I don't know all the rules on Florida, but even if I did tell you, I would say I would check another source, possibly a Second Amendment lawyer, a Second Amendment lawyer might be able to help you just to make sure. And contact the sheriff's office. Usually they're pretty good to let you know what the process is, because I don't want to lead you astray and have you skip something and be denied or something else. Still nothing from the courtroom. Still nothing from Ken's 5. Just double checking. Nope. Okay. Utah is now constitutional carry 2. as of 2021, Governor Cox signed that bill, didn't he? And changed that. Yeah, when I was there, it was not a constitutional carry. I had a license, a permit. Let's see. New York State is crazy strict with gun laws. They are, and every state's different. But you've got states like places like Philadelphia, which we call it the city of brotherly love, but it is right up there near the top of gun crimes. Same with D.C. Like Washington D.C. is crazy for gun crimes, and gun laws are very tight there. Chicago, also the same. So it's not accurate to say that the tighter the gun laws, the less gun crime. DMB, do we know if they did ballistics to compare striations of the casings from the crime scene to the ones from his gun? Yes, we know they did them. No, we haven't heard the evidence yet, DMB. And by this, when you say striations, when a bullet, like the bullet I showed you, when a bullet is loaded into a gun and fired and ejected, that process of loading and ejecting the gun, every gun is unique, and it sort of sits in there differently and gets scraped in different patterns, but in a predictable way. So every shell you scrape is going to have some of the same markings on it as it loads in and ejects. And so when they're comparing the striations, that's where they're going to look at. They're going to look at the casings and say, does this match up? Is this the same bullet that would have been in that gun with those same scratch marks on it? And so, yes, they definitely did do that. We know that they sent them off to the lab. They have been checked into evidence. The witness who's on the stand right now actually did authenticate those, and they have been admitted in evidence. They have not been opened yet. They're still sealed in the evidence bags, but they have been admitted. Erica says, was finally able to look at some of your previous videos. Do you hunt arrowheads also? Erica, I do, but not as a primary hunt. I go metal detecting and I look at the ground, and I often find arrowheads when doing that. If you are in the area, I haven't talked to them yet, but if you're in the North Carolina area and are interested in a Native American artifact hunt on private property in a legal setting where you're able to recover bits of pottery or arrowheads in a legal way, as legal as it can be, there's an organization called Digstock, and you can find them on Facebook, but Digstock, all one word, that just announced this morning a Native American artifact hunt. They're limited it to 100 people. I think it costs $175 each, but I'm familiar with that organization. They do a great job, and if they're charging you $175 to hunt an area, you can know that you're going to find artifacts there. They're there. Okay. Let's see. I worked as WSC as the mailman. There were two of us. I was the one who delivered and collected all the mail. My boss stayed at the office and did tech and accounting part. I loved it. Scrolling. I'm trying to see here. Randall, good morning. He comes in with the first super chat of the morning saying, highly recommend your state's gun laws to anyone. It's simple. It's never as simple as self-defense. Agreed. Know the law. Know the law. Y'all don't miss me too much. I got to run to another hearing. Matthew, good luck. Hope you knock this one out of the park as well. Good job yesterday as well. We will, please don't convict Ortiz without me. It will not go that fast, Matthew. We still have several discs in the box set to watch. But hopefully you can catch up with us later. Ed says, you should use your metal detector to clear spent ammo on crime scenes. Combine doing both of what you love. Ed, I have actually been contacted by a sheriff saying, hey, you've got a metal detector. We're looking for some casings. Can you come up and help us? So I've actually, you're not far from the truth there. In that particular instance, just for all clarification, I was not available. And so I instead gave them some pointers and pointed them to somebody else who could help them. Thank you for letting me know. I will definitely check that out. I'm in Southeast Ohio, but I travel to NC a couple times a year. Haven't tried metal detecting, but hope to in the future. Erica, it's a wonderful sport. It does get a little expensive because the gear gets a little spendy. I mean, you're typically around $1,000 for a good metal detector. But one ring find can pay off if you're into selling the rings. I don't sell the rings, as some of you know. One person here in particular knows. I just gave away, I think, about 15 of the rings I found metal detecting here on the channel in a contest, and one of our lucky viewers received them all. 2 golds, probably like 9 silver, and a couple tungsten carbide. Okay. How are we doing? Still nothing on the court feed? I am keeping my eye out there. Let's see. Just don't join AWP. Too soon. Hey, can you find clothing items? Says Stephen Lee. Stephen Lee, if it's, I can find rivets off Levi's. A small rivet, as small as that, bits of a zipper. If it's larger than, say, I don't know. I've found the little last bend tip of a bobby pin. I can find the back of an earring. So as long as it's metal, I can find it. But clothing would have to have some sort of metal item in it to be found. Bella says, recovery addict, my son said his metal detector can go 12 feet down. Bella, there are some metal detectors that can, they call it the penetration. They have a huge penetration area that they can reach into the ground, electronically speaking. But the deeper they can go, the larger the object has to be, and the less precision they have. So it's a very general. You'd have to have a buried car type thing to find something 12 feet down. You're not going to find a coin at that depth. Stephen Lee says, so no socks? What do you mean, so no socks? Oh, no. Okay, Stephen Lee, I see where you're going. You set me up and walked me right into that. He's teasing me about the message he left last night when he drunk dialed me at 3 a.m. I got that. I cannot find socks with a metal detector. DMB says, does the metal have to be ferrous, or does it find any metal? It pretty much finds any metal that can conduct electricity. There are different types of metal, like iron sounds different than gold and silver, and aluminum sounds different. So you can actually tune a detector to limit it to a certain area. Which, for instance, say if you've had like 2 diamond earrings, right, and you run around your yard and you come back to the house and one of them's missing. That is the best possible scenario for a metal detectorist, because the first thing I would do is I would take my metal detector and I'd find a spot on the ground where there was nothing, where it was absolutely quiet, and then I would ask you for the earring that you did not lose, and I would put that on the ground and I'd run my detector over it, because if you lost an earring, it's probably going to be sitting at ground level. So I'd try to mimic that same situation, and I'd run my detector over it and find the signal that it gave, and I'd lock it in. I'd lock it in digitally. I basically tell my detector, this is what you're listening for. Ignore everything else. And then I'd go search the yard, and it would be silent until I went over that earring, and it would ping, it would pop up. So that's how it works. It's pretty easy. So if you're looking for bullet casings and you have one already, it's easy to find another. Did you lose your Hobbit socks, Stephen? Katrina, a good jab there. That was funny. Scanning everything. Good morning, Songbits. Good to have you here. Does anyone know the mug link? Abby knows the mug link right there. Hopefully I'm providing some interesting information for you guys. This channel ideally is going to be more than just a restream. We want to provide content and information and clarification and background to all the stuff we're hearing about. Have you ever found anything interesting on the beach? Lindsay, yes. Cell phones, lots of cell phones. I found a stash of alcohol. Like when people dig deep holes in the sand at the beach and then like hang out in there. Maybe they put all their beer down there because it's in the shade, so it doesn't get warmed up in the sun because they didn't bring a cooler or something. I don't know why they would do that. I'm not the type that does that. But I found a stash of alcohol. It was about 2 feet deep, and I dug it up, and it was just can after can after can. So somebody had buried it maybe for later. But I found it all, and we dumped it out and threw the cans away. CB says, I can find the mug link by going to eBay and doing a search for recovery addict mug, and voila, it's there. Scott, still want to do a mug exchange at some point, maybe. Mutt, we'll have to look into that. I've got to get more. I only have the 3, and I'm very attached to the 3 I have. Some deafening chair scrapes happened yesterday. Yes, it happened. Ginger, my knowledge is miles wide and an inch deep, which is very useful for anything media related, because I can give you a little bit of facts, just enough to make you think I know what I'm talking about, and then we can move on to some other topic before I get in over my head. I did that when the cops would raid a party when I was 16. So maybe we found your stash that you buried in the sand, Cake Spoo. It happens. Let's see. Still nothing. LNC has a feed. Cats 5 does not. I think it's now, right? Are we late? I think we're late. I think they're late. Is the judge late? While we're waiting, I want to talk a little bit. And first of all, I want to say thanks to some great people who provided some information on the AWP hearing incident. I'll call it that. I went back and I watched Duty Ron's video live so I was watching it as it happened. He was following the AWP case with Jared Lysick out of Utah, and Utah does not live stream their hearings like some of the other states do. They don't just send it out on YouTube. They have a program a lot like Zoom. It's called WebEx, and you can dial in or connect over the internet and be a part of that. Everyone who connects is able to participate by unmuting and talking. So it's strange that the court just gives that information out, especially when there are trolls and stuff that might take advantage of that. But in watching Duty Ron, yes, he made a mistake. He unmuted his mic and he started talking, and everyone in the courtroom during that recess, heard him talking about YouTube and about subscribers and like and follow and share, and I need to get the likes up type thing. They heard all that talk, and then he heard himself back on the audio. He's like, what's happening? And he muted himself, and it was embarrassing for him. But from a legal standpoint, as far as the court was concerned, he was not live streaming their content. The audio or video was not going out. So even though he was live streaming and listening and giving a play-by-play, the court shouldn't have a problem with what he did. That being said, the court hearing that had concerns and delayed the trial. So we'll see what happens there. But I appreciate the background. I got information from people who also were on the WebEx as well. So they told me what happened from the WebEx side, who were participating in that court in that trial, as well as watching Duty Ron. I think I've got a clear picture of how that happened. It will be interesting to see how that shapes up. Still nada out of Texas. They did post another video a few days ago. That was, I think they're delayed, but we'll see. Probably backlog videos scheduled for release. You guys might notice that our delay, as far as when you type and when I read your comment, is much shorter today. And as part of that, we also are not going to have closed captioning, because I think we won't need it for this part of the case. I think we'll be able to hear what's mostly important and get through that, and it makes it easier for us to converse back and forth in chat, if it's that case. The San Antonio court's IT folks aren't in high school or middle school. They act like first-month provisional students. San Antonio is not a small city either. So embarrassing for them. Yes, they're probably looking for the HDMI cable this morning, which they've done every morning so far. And I'm guessing that's what's happening. Duty Ron absolutely didn't do it on purpose, but there were others who were really streaming that hearing. Many of them have taken down those feeds. I haven't seen anyone who was live streaming it, and this is interesting, because this is the subject matter jurisdiction question that we want answered. Can one state make a law that affects the actions of someone in another state? Do they have subject matter jurisdiction over my actions in North Carolina? If I were to have live streamed that against their wishes, if I had connected to their system and patched it through and put it up live on the internet, would they have a problem with that? Would they have legal recourse to then sue me in Utah, or to charge me for, hold me in contempt or something? Yes, federal law. Are you saying it's a federal court where that happened, or a state court? Because it's a state law, that you can't share that, because other states fully broadcast and share on YouTube their hearings. Are they making Erica Penny stay near a courtroom in San Antonio? Yes, they are. She has not been released as a witness. What's going to happen is I think they're holding her in case evidence gets brought into court. And the defense doesn't want to say in front of the jury what that is, but I think the judge knows at a sidebar. They've talked about it. Cakesby says, "You crack me up with your subtle comic." Well, I'm not joking. I'm dead serious all the time. Never joke. I would not do that. Okay, so we're good there. Still nothing. Okay, so I'm beginning to see a pattern, and I realized that one time the judge was early. One time out of Bexar County here, judge was early, but maybe he's still commuting up from Laredo every day, and that's why he's late. We do know this is not his regular courtroom, but that might be the reason. Say subject matter jurisdiction again. Why did I say it wrong? Subject matter jurisdiction. Subject matter jurisdiction. Am I saying it wrong, Cakesby, or are you just poking fun at me? Either one's okay, but just let me know. Right. DMB, nail on the head. Why would I joke about such a serious matter? The beeps you're hearing in the background are my kids running in and out of the house. Probably just scrape up the little frost that remains on the grass and pretend it's snow. Hopefully we still have a prosecutor. They may have all quit overnight. Things can happen. And they sure did yesterday with us losing one of the prosecutors who had already questioned somebody. So it wasn't just like a backup dude. It was just like, oh, I'll help you and prompt you in case you forget something. He full on was one of the interrogators or questioning the witness on the stand. And he's out now. Prosecutor who quit took the HDMI cord with him in protest. It was his. I mean, it's his right. It is funny to hear subject matter jurisdiction in proper context. We've heard it so much in improper context. Maybe DB could learn a thing or two from watching our feed. You make subject matter jurisdiction sound hot, says Stephen Lee. It is hot. This is an issue that I want settled for myself. Because this is a gray area I flirt with. Quite honestly, this is as a content provider who is using legal material from other states, some of which have encouragement not to share things. Let's put it that way. It makes me wonder: am I opening myself up to a possible litigation on that front? I'd love to hear what other prosecutors, staffers thought about this. How much notice did they have or personal suspicions? Did some of them hold the door open as he left or kick it shut as he walked through? Have we gotten a good look at the flag in this Texas court? Is there fringe? We did see the flag, yesterday, the day before? I'll have to check on that. I'm not sure. Let me slide this over. It looks weird to have my mic sort of just floating in air right here. Got to adjust my green screen. That's one of the things I'm going to do. I'm going to adjust the green screen so I no longer have to slice my arms off at the elbows when I stick my arms out. Maybe that's going to happen this weekend. Okay, I'm talking about subject matter. I love talking. This is Shane O'Neill. I love talking in a low voice saying subject matter jurisdiction. Oh, baby. It is interesting. It's intriguing. The fact that DB profaned our ears with his improper use of it is offensive to me. It's a hover mic. It's a new mic. Everybody's going to use them soon. Let's see what we have going on here. I'm just looking at the crowd. We've got a bunch of people here waiting for the judge, and we are waiting. Make no mistake. We're not going anywhere, but we do wonder where he's at. Golden Mom says, recovery addict, why did he quit? And did he quit during the live, says JoJo. We found out after lunch. I think he quit that morning, but we found out after lunch. All we had done was watch video of Ortiz sitting in a cell, not doing anything, just eating chips and drinking water. That's all we did all day. But But we found out after lunch, the news broke that one of the prosecutors, he was the one that had a beard, a little bit younger. We still have one with a beard to replace him, so he looks similar. But one of the prosecutors had walked out, posted on Facebook, and said, "I'm done with this. I'm sick of this prosecution office. It's the most unprofessional environment. They're completely disorganized. You can't find an HDMI cable for the life of you here." And he walked out, and it was, and so that broke right after lunch. Nothing was said to the jury. Nothing was said in open court, although we do know that both the prosecution and the defense went back into the judge's chambers and had a good talk, had a good laugh, came out. They were all smiles. I'm not sure what they were talking about there, but something had happened, and prosecution basically said, we're going to move on. It's not a problem. There's many of us. We're a public prosecutor's office. Someone else can step up and take his place. Had that happened on the defense side, we would see a delay. There's no way the court could proceed at the risk of the defendant being able to have an appeal, say, I have ineffective counsel because one of them quit halfway through and I got a new guy who had no idea what was going on. But it happened on the prosecution side, so everything continues. Let's see. When does court start, says Shane? It starts about 16 minutes ago, Shane. That's what we were told. They may be getting a late start this morning. But it's still, we've got a feed from Law and Crime, which we don't like taking because they like to threaten me with legal letters. But I could show you that we can see the seal on the wall. If you look right here, oh, not that button. How about this one right here? If you look right there, that's Law and Crime's feed. Just shows the seal on the wall. So I'm keeping an eye on that. The other feeds are not coming in yet. We do only have like 3 different sources we can draw from right now. Let's see. And one of them just came up with news from yesterday. News now from KSAT. San Antonio crime up nearly 12%. Man. Crazy. Don't be in San Antonio, right? Is that the moral of the story? CB Clark says, recovery addict, you're a pretty straightforward speaker. That is, your vocals project straight ahead, not down, not up. Your mic might be adequate if it was lowered 3 inches upward. Okay, so CB, here we go. Ready? Down and upward. You're going to lose a lot because this particular mic has a sweet spot. It has a sweet spot that's right in front of it. It is a dynamic mic. I would say if it were a condenser mic, 3 inches down and upward would be perfect. But this particular one, I almost have to talk straight into to get the full effect of those deep, low, rumbly sounds that my voice offers. Let's see what we've got. Checking chat. Hopefully I'll just scrape up the frost and pretend it is snow. Yeah, they love it. I will say my kids wish we still got a lot of snow. I show them pictures of when they were playing in the snow, and they're like, oh, can we go back? I says, no, it's cold, and you have to shovel it. Judge said I'm not coming back today. Don't watch that video. I don't want to watch the video again. I don't blame him. He's like, hey, just start without me. Let me know when the video's over. Don't you hate it when your leg hair starts to grow back and gets all prickly? Says Stephen Lee. What are you talking about, Stephen Lee? We're getting just some great commentary from Stephen. I think it might be time to play. It may be time, Stephen, to play a call I got last night. Let's see if... Oops. Let's see if I can get this to work here. Well, it's... Okay, you guys might be able to hear this in the background, but it's not working the way it's supposed to.
I can't find my socks.
Let me start that again. I didn't do it the justice it deserves, Stephen. Sorry about that. Let me go back and try again. Oh, come on. Okay, it's not liking my Bluetooth connection. 3 a.m. I got this call. I might just have to hold it up to the microphone, which is completely ghetto, and I'm embarrassed doing it.
Hello, Mr. Scott Addict? it's 3 a.m. It's 3 a.m. and I had a drink or six-ish, and I thought you should know that I love you. Wait, I can't find my socks. Who's this?
So that was Stephen Lee at 3:01 a.m. Let me clarify. It was not 3 a.m. It was 3:01. Got the promised drunk dial wake-up call on the burner phone. And it was appreciated. I do appreciate it, Stephen. So thank you. Hope you do find your socks. See, I hate my voice on tape. You'll never get a call from me like that, says Katrina. Katrina, I hated the sound of my voice as well. This is a little inside information about me. Ready? I actually went to school for electronic media, for being on the news, basically, for being a newscaster, for being in the newsroom, for reporting live, all that. That's my educational background. That's what I have. That's what I majored in. So I got a degree in that, and I managed to go through the entire process, never being on camera, because I hated how I looked and how I sounded on camera. And now, you can go back the last 45 days and see how I looked every single day and how I sound every single day, because I live stream every single day on camera. So it is funny. I have a face for radio. You and me both. What? Let's see, I'm armed with the smooth karate moves and a mask. I should be fine. Still nothing. I'm getting worried for the judge. I mean, I know yesterday was rough, and I'm worried about his mental state after watching all that. Do Barry White? Do what? Which Barry White? Bella says, if I leave a message, you might think I'm underage. I have calls asking for a parent. There was a time when I would answer the phone and they would say, "Oh, recover addict's mom, how are you doing?" type thing. So that was an embarrassing time for me. I like the picture with the computer, the cup, the pickle, the sandwich, and gavel, but how about a small speeding car above and to the left of the gavel? We actually have another picture from Stephen Lee. That first one is from Stephen Lee as well. We have another picture that is just for our high-speed chases, and I use that occasionally. Let me see if I've got it pulled up. I might be able to. I don't think I have it shown right now. Is it in my media pool? Nope, I haven't loaded it. I'll have to reload it again. But we do have another picture. I might reach out to Stephen Lee. I've got an idea for some more artwork, and if we can find an agreement, I might reach out to him and see if he can make something for me that may end up on merchandise. Mutt says, Scott, the judge is still in the line at Radio Shack. It's a Christmas shopping season. He's buying all the HDMI cables. I have a great voice. I do. I love my voice. I'm sort of attached to it. But it takes a lot. It took a lot for me to get over hearing my own voice, because I'm very self-conscious about that. Okay, still nothing from Law and Crime, nothing from KSAT, nothing from Ken's 5. It's like amateur hour down in Texas right now, with the exception of Matthew Harris, who is just knocking it out of the park there in his courtroom this morning. But we're ready to begin, Your Honor. The jury is here. The gallery is here. The bailiffs are here. Where is everybody else? What happens to the trial if something happened to the judge, like illness or accident? Keisha, that would be a delay. They would probably have to start over. Bella says, story time, Scott. What story should I share? Let me think. Give me just a second. I might have a story for you while we wait. Because if I start telling a story, the camera's going to flip on, the audio is going to turn on, and immediately I will have to stop right at the peak of the story and just be silent. And you guys will hate me for it. There's nothing in the LNC chat about a delay, right? We're the last ones to find out, really. The judge feels no urgency in worrying about our time and how much time we've spent here waiting for him. But let's see. tell you a story about since we're talking about firearms, and in honor of the little ammunition lesson we had here at the beginning of the morning. Can't see your face. Sorry, I'll fix it. Here we go. I'm here. Since we talked about ammunition this morning, let me tell you a metal detecting story, sort of. No, it's not metal detecting. A story about finding a firearm. And if Bob's still here, Bob, are you still in chat? Let me just see if Bob's still here. He may be listening. I forget the call sign, but KF7AIK. Is it okay if I share a story that you may be familiar with regarding a firearm? Because you're in the story. If he gives me permission, I'll share that story. Please do. He says, okay, KF7AIK. We went deer hunting together. This would be, I think it was Halloween Eve or Halloween one year, way back, probably 1999-ish, I'm guessing. That's the time frame. Deer hunting up in the mountains. I'm not going to give locations and everything, but we went up hunting unsuccessfully, I might add. I don't think we saw any deer the whole time we were out. Maybe some ran across the road that were does or something, but we went down one side of the mountain and up the other, and we had these little radios, little cheap FRS radios that we were using to communicate with each other, and I think they're worth about $5 each. And Bob, KF7AIK, had dropped one radio, and we discovered he dropped one of my radios when we were up the other side. And I'm really the way I remember this, and I'm taking maybe some liberties in telling this story, but the way I remembered it, I said, don't worry about it, it's fine. And Bob's like, no, I want to find the radio. I know where I dropped it. It's right over here. And I said, no, if you dropped it, it would have been over this way. And so we're looking back on the hill. So either way, we start heading back to the truck, going our different routes, depending on where we thought the radio was. And I thought it was in one area, and I got to that spot, and it was just there's a little ledge and a bunch of dried leaves on the ground, and I'm like, so it would have been right here, and I sort of took a step forward and brushed the leaves across with my foot, and there was a gun, there was a pistol. A little .22 Bearcat revolver, rusted. The handles were a little warped and cracked, and it was just right there. And so I picked up the gun, and I reached down into the leaves, a little bit further, and there was the radio right next to it. And so I found both the lost radio and the gun, like right next to each other. And so we met up with Bob at the truck, and I think if I remember right, Bob had done a little work just to clean up the gun, and from the rust and stuff. It was a little worn. It would need some work to get back in working order, but it was beautiful. It had little engravings on it. It was think for those that aren't familiar with guns, it was a revolver, meaning that it has a chamber, a hammer that comes back. It's more like what they call a cowboy gun. And I'm not sure if it was how many shots it held, but it held a .22 round, which is one of the smallest rounds of ammunition you can buy. Anyway, so we took that. I took it back. We polished, cleaned it up a little bit, and then I thought better of it and thought, this may have been used in a crime. It probably was dropped by somebody who was hunting, who did the same thing that Bob had done when he dropped the radio, right? That's probably how it got there. But I'm like, but it might have been stolen. And suddenly, if I'm in possession of a stolen gun, that could be a bad thing. So I called the police station, the same police station, I might tell you, that later ended up interrogating me. And I called them, and they sent me an officer eventually that came and picked up the gun. I said, look, so we want to make sure it's not stolen. We're turning it in just to make sure. But if it's not stolen, I would like it back. And he's like, sure, no problem. Here's the card. What you do is you have to wait like 60 or 90 days. And if nobody claims it and it wasn't used in a crime or reported stolen, then you can go and pick it up. And you can go get it. I'm like, oh, cool. And so we did that. I waited the time, and I called up the police station and said, hey, just want to check and see if it was claimed, and I gave them the date and of everything. And they said, we don't have any record of a gun being found. And I'm not going to say that officer just took the gun, ran the check himself, and took it home because it was a sweet little gun. But I can't think of anything else that could have happened. Because I called the police, they came, they picked up the gun, and then there was no report of it being turned in, and so yeah. MB likes the story. She sent a super chat with a flying pear, I think. Can you guys see that? There it is. Nope. It just shows her twice. I can see a super sticker, but it's not showing up on the chat here. Thank you, MB, for the super chat. I appreciate that. Bob, did I do the story justice? Did I leave any important parts out? And MB, thank you so much. I appreciate your support of the channel. So no, none of that was a joke. This is the truth. I don't think I even embellished. I didn't remember this, but I do now. Good story. It was fun. We have some other stories. I won't share them without your permission. For those of you that don't know, KF7AIK is a good friend of mine. Appreciate him being here. Let's see. It's been a while, by the way, Bob. How are you doing? It's good to see you, even just in chat. Other than following with your families, our families on Facebook. Okay, delay us to start. The reason given was administrative issues, Law and Crime says. How long of a delay have we been told? I mean, do we need to start looking at another trial this morning? Is that a super pickle? MB, was that a super pickle? Is that what the sticker was? That's pretty cool. It might be the closest thing we have to a super pickle. Okay, still nothing. Okay, why does this judge bother telling them to start early? Okay, they didn't say what the delay is. It's got to be soon. It's got to be soon. It can't take forever. I mean, some of us have things to do. We've got other court cases to watch that are coming up in January. This one has to wrap up before then. What did I do to my video? I'm sorry about that. I think I accidentally hit my box. You got the splash screen instead of me. So was that a good enough story, Bella? Did that satiate the need for a recovery addict story this morning? KF7AK, appreciate it. We'll catch you later. We'll have to chat sometime in person as well, or at least on the phone. So thank you for stopping by, and say hi to everybody from me. Please buy me a pickle in your link tree. Chandra, the closest thing I have on my link tree is buy a recovery addict a sandwich, which is just a link to my PayPal link. But we found out, I think Ferry tried to send me a donation from England, and it didn't go very well. The thought was there, the sentiment was there, and I appreciate that. But PayPal was like, no, we don't accept money from your country for some reason. I don't know why. What's the story about the pickle, says Linda Hill. Why are we talking about pickles, right? Linda, I like pickles. I like pickles on my sandwich, and I may have mentioned that early on. And every time I'd have a sandwich during lunch, people would ask me if it had pickles on it. And of course they have pickles, because that's what makes it a sandwich. And so I found out that chat was very interested in what happens on my lunchtime food. KQD says, Abby, UK, I'm amazed at how well you keep track of what's happening on this side of the pond. She is incredible. She really is. Great to have Abby, both as a mod and as a friend of the channel here. Been here, I think, pretty much since day one, Abby. You're like one of the OGs of Recovery Addicts channel. It's wonderful to have you here. Okay, Mutt says, I'm telling you the admin delay is because the judge is stuck in line at Best Buy for HDMI. You're not lying. You're telling the truth here. I have no idea what sticker that is, says MB. Options are limited, and I had to change my Google and YouTube passwords because I'd forgotten what they were. So frustrating. We'll accept that as a fat pickle with a cape, MB. It was very much appreciated. Thank you. Why wouldn't you talk about pickles? They are delicious. RA is a pickle addict. We are his group therapy. You're actually making it worse, though. Everyone, instead of helping me through my addiction and reduce my dependency on said item, instead you guys send me pictures and tell me about the pickles you're making and just how delicious they are and how yummy a sandwich is with pickles and how you just bought pickles and instead I've consumed more pickles since the start of this trial than I have like in the last 3 years combined, and I eat a lot of pickles. Jan is looking spicy based on prelim motions. a pro se kidnapping case where the guy might be worse than Brooks. Mr. Torso, I watched, I think, the last hearing that he was there at. This guy he is a piece of work, and it will be interesting without, having a pro se defense, without the sovereign citizen aspect as well. But yes, his mouth, worse than Brooks already. Brooks at least, restrained himself from the cussing that we've already seen from Jan, I believe, if I'm thinking of the right one. Kickstrew said, I liked pickles, but I love them thanks to you and all. What can I do? Hey, Mrs. R.A., how's it going? Yeah, good. Go ahead. Mrs. R.A. was hiding behind me, and she scared me to death when I turned around. Okay. Let's see. Laura says, I don't appreciate pickles themselves. I just like the word. Is there a pickle fund? There is a pickle fund, Ann, and I appreciate it. I've had donations to go into the pickle jar. It is a virtual pickle jar, although we might make a physical one, just so you guys can know that it is there, and the fund is growing. Bread and butter pickle or dill, Scott? Yes. Not both at the same time, but yes, I'll eat them all. Somebody, I'll have to look up the name. Somebody in chat was telling me that they are making some fermented pickles, like traditional Jewish fermented pickles, spicy, and they've even raised the possibility of mailing me some, so I might be able to try them live on the stream. We'll have to see how that goes. Pickles are good for you. They count as a vegetable, right? DMB, I'm pretty sure they're not good for you because I like them. And that alone, according to what my doctor says, is pretty much rules it out, because it seems that everything else I like is bad for me too. Katrina says, my husband hates pickles. I wonder about him sometimes. Yeah, something's off there. Who doesn't like pickles? I feel this case is a reverse Dorian Gray painting. Watching it makes me age 3 times as fast. It's a slow start this morning, but I think as soon as it does start, we're going to jump in on the deep end. It's going to be gripping. It's going to be incredible. We're going to start literally with, a couple words of everybody ready, good morning, play, this is how I killed her. That's basically where we're jumping in the timeline. It's right in the middle. Pickleball, great name. I have not played it, although I like that it doesn't involve as much running as tennis, because I'm awful at tennis. Mostly because people hit the ball to places where I am not on the court. I don't have a problem returning the serve. I don't have a problem, hitting it. It's the running to where the ball's going to be that I can't get the timing right. Pickle juice is great for cramp relief. Kimberly, I've heard that, and I've toyed with the idea of bringing in an aspect of pickle juice into the channel, where if a certain threshold, possibly if a certain percentage of the viewers click the like button on a given stream, it would require me then to consume a shot of pickle juice, not like a teaspoon, but like a shot of pickle juice. I'm not sure if my stomach could survive that, because I'm pretty sure once you guys knew what that threshold was, you would hit it every time, and I would be drinking pickle juice at a rapid rate. Pickleball, love it. It's my husband's gig. It's an amazing sport. Just a side note, pickleball is named not after the ball or after pickles, but after the dog that would chase the ball, that the owner who created it. The guy who created pickleball, his dog was named Pickle, and he named it pickleball for that reason. True story. I'm not lying. They're looking for disc 7 now. Look inside the laptop. He left it there yesterday, guys. There will be more chair scraping, because I really missed that. There will be, and I don't have a way of fixing that right now. I'd like to have a limiter in place, and if I was doing this all in post, like if I was recording this and posting the video for you, trust me, I could take out the air conditioner noise. I can make it be silent, so the only thing you heard was a very quiet mumble from Mr. Ortiz, followed by a very loud, soothing voice dropping the bomb, because usually he mumbles in Spanish, then it gets translated into English by the guy on the stand. I can take out all those noises. You can do what's called a noise print, where you can grab a section of audio, like if you're looking at an audio waveform, you can grab a section of audio that has all the stuff you don't want, and you can tell the computer, I don't want to hear this in any of this recording. And it can just take out all that sound, and then you're just left with what's left. which is the stuff you want to hear. And I can do that. I mean, the technology is there, but it's difficult to do live. Kelly, we're on disc 7 this morning of the 12-disc box set. Director's cut with bonus material, I believe. I think we'll have bloopers at the end. But let's see, have you tried the bourbon jalapeno pickles from Walmart? I have not. Maybe that's something I need to check into, although I do not drink at all. So if alcohol is involved and would involve that, I would probably pass. Adulting is so interrupting. I have meetings off and on all day. I have 4 already. Mom's in. Sounds like I did not miss anything yet. You have not. You have not missed a single thing. We've only, Law and Crime has shown us the seal on the wall in the courtroom, and that's all we're getting. Now I'm not getting anything. Let's see. Ken's 5 still has nothing. Case at 12, nothing from them as well. So we're still waiting. The paper bag's blew an eardrum, I think. My ears are still ringing, but Daniel, in all truthfulness, I do suffer from tinnitus, although it gets worse every time they drag the chairs across the floor. Mrs. KDQ drinks dill pickle juice for cramps. I'm not sure if that's because it works, or KQD, sorry, because it works or because she likes it and finds it soothing while suffering through a cramp. I've never had bad cramps, so I've never had to drink it for that reason, but it's good to know. Abby has a link to the guy who quit. If anyone wants to follow, this is a story. You can see the picture as well, I think, on that story of him questioning a witness. But yeah, that was the prosecutor who just up and said, "I'm done. This is my last day. See ya. Good luck with your murder trial," and walked out. And he said, "By the way, the HDMI cable's mine, and I'm taking it." They delayed. I looked, but I can't find anything. Kelly says, "Are you on Sirius? Traveling today, wondering." I don't know how to be on Sirius. Satellite. That'd be interesting. I've had people request that I take the audio from the live stream and put it on a podcast, which I think would probably help me get on Sirius radio, but I have not done that. Yes, Anne, I am. That is my religion. I also don't drink, but I make and eat beer bread. Yep. Pickle juice is good for cramps. Court TV says attorneys still in chambers. Everybody's in the judge's chamber? It's a little early to start drinking in there, but they might be. Soccer players across the world use pickle juice in the water bottles. Okay, but is it diluted or is it like straight dill from the jar? Like you take the pickles out and then you chug? That's my question. Because maybe I'm doing it wrong. As a runner, I can confirm pickle juice does help with cramping. Are you talking like a side cramp or a leg cramp or any cramp? Because I did used to run cross country way back in the day. I actually was on a swim team and ran cross country, and I still have the legs that make it look like that. But the rest of me has not kept that form. Could just be bourbon flavored. I do like some of the cheeses that have like bourbon flavoring. What are they doing in those chambers? I have questions, but I don't know if I want to find out the answers. DMB, what happens in chambers stays in chambers. Really, it's nobody talks. It's like Fight Club. Nobody talks about judges' chambers. I use apple cider vinegar. I've tried that with the mother, right? I drank pickle juice, and it did work for late night Charlie horse. Yes, I'm allergic to exercise. I break out in a sweat soon after starting. I just have to be cautious about how much I do. I appreciate all the help though with the cramps. The turmeric mustard helps. I appreciate all the health tips. They're always welcome here, as are food comments. For those of you that are new here, because I can see just from the concurrent viewer count that we have a couple people more than normal. I just want to point out that the chat is very friendly. And although you might see a lot of names scrolling by and it might be pretty quick, you are welcome at any time to drop any civil comment you would like in there, even if it is completely opposite in opinion to the one that we are sharing. In this particular court of opinion, we do value opinions of all types and sizes. We only ask that any discussion on topics be kept in a civil discourse, and maybe a family-friendly type setting as well, because we do have some younger viewers as well. So with that said, please don't be afraid to jump into chat, say hi. I will apologize a little bit because the chat is set to subscriber mode, and it's not because I'm trying to get subscribers up. I literally, the OGs in the channel will tell you that I did not have it that way for weeks and weeks as we started. But the trolls, the bots that spam chat, are so bad that the only way I could block them really and stay ahead of them was to switch to subscriber mode. So please, if you do want to talk, I don't mind at all if you unsubscribe after today, but I would like to hear your opinion. If there's questions you have, if there's input, if you have background or information on one of these cases, even if it's like, hey, I knew this guy growing up, we'd like to know that because that's how we think. You'll find that the chat is really a friendly group, and we're probably very similar to you in how we think, even if we may differ in opinions. Daniel W. says, do you think Ortiz will testify? I don't think he will. I think his best defense is what the defense is trying to do right now, which is saying that that the state can't prove all the elements of the charges. Right? If we can get some of this evidence thrown out, if we can get just the search of the truck, just say if that's the only thing they get thrown out, they lose the murder weapon, and with the murder weapon, they lose the forensic connection between all the different killings, because they can't link the casings because they don't have the gun to match it to. They lose all these connections, and although they still have a confession, you now have an argument where you could say, hey, he's an intelligence. It's possible he knew some of the stuff before. I don't know how would they get around the fact that he knew about the fourth victim that the police didn't know about and he told them about. I don't know how they'd overcome that. But you can see that as if they're able to exclude bits of evidence or whole chunks of evidence and anything that came about because of that, he might have a chance at the jury saying, yeah, you haven't proven that element that you need to prove in that charge. Mary Kay says, recovery addict, maybe the defendant got bored watching the interrogation videos and decided to plead guilty and go straight to jail. Mary Kay, you may not be far from this. It's possible that if all the evidence that they're trying to exclude gets allowed in, he might just say, forget it, screw it. The outcome's decided now. The best possible scenario is no longer on the table for me. I'm spending the rest of my life in prison. I'm done. And he might change his plea. It is possible. We could see that happen if they're not able to exclude evidence they want to exclude. I don't think that will come before the judge rules on the search of the truck. I think that's pretty much the last bit they're really trying to exclude. But very good observation there. Rowdy Girl says, why did I think he said, I can't be unserious, when he really said, I can't be unserious? Oh, unserious. I slur my words. That's what I do. I will try to be a little more precise in my dictation later on, but not right now. Chamber knockout like on The Voice, haha. The first rule of judges' chambers is we don't talk about judges' chambers. The second rule of judges' chambers is no HDMI cables allowed. You guys are great. Yes, Abby is correct. We are a good bunch. We have some amazing mods, and I will tell you, we do have quite a few mods on here. I do change them out. Sometimes I release mods and call other people. Others I keep on because they're very good at a specific role that they're doing. But the best thing I like about these mods is they're not heavy with the band hammer, or else I would release them. They perform an important function that really helps out the channel, but they're not here to limit what is said. Unless it sort of violates the civil discourse, sort of settings. If we do get in an argument, which we have at times, especially if we start talking about some of these big political issues or gun control or things like that, which we don't want to do here. We're here to talk about trial, about court. But if some of those come up, I would just ask that if you run into somebody who takes the polar opposite position on a topic from you, and after a couple back and forths of discussing and saying, actually, this is the way it is. And if you see they're not going to budge, and you're not going to budge, I would just ask that you just shake hands and say, let's just agree to disagree, and let's focus on something else. Because filling up the chat with arguments when nobody's going to budge is not successful. And really, for a lot of those topics, this online chat forum is probably the worst place to have that sort of discussion, because there's a lot of misunderstanding. You can't. It's hard to see sarcasm sometimes as for face value. And so we try not to do that here. And that helps this amazing community be what it is. But this is a fun place, a safe place to confess to all your wrongdoings, as long as you don't tell your real name, because then we'll be subpoenaed and I'll end up having to testify against you and it will all be bad. But do welcome you. Frida says, do you think he could be changing his plea or maybe striking a deal? It is an option. It is an option. The defense lost a little bit of ground as far as overruled objections yesterday regarding evidence. So it's possible as we get closer. Michelle says, are mods paid a salary? If so, from who? YouTube? Michelle, nobody's paid a salary here. We're all just here for the love of true crime. I will say they have my undying appreciation and thanks. If that is worth anything, then they definitely have that. But currently, there's no funds to pay anyone, let alone me. We're barely keeping the pickle jar full. That's what we're doing. Sarcasm. Who? Me? Never. Nope. True Celtic. You and I both never are sarcastic. Almost time to deliver presents today, Golden Mom. Good luck on your deliveries. You're the runner. Hopefully you got good weather and no ice, so you can just run back and forth. Do you want money? I just want love and donuts. Or don't want money. I just want love and donuts. We have different needs, Abby, but love and donuts, you can pretty much survive on that. Who owns the internet today? Golden Mom is actually the owner of the internet today. She was first in chat, and as such, I gifted the entire internet, everything IP related worldwide, to her care and custody. We've actually not had the internet renamed in several days, which is why you guys have found it every time you've looked for it. But if it does get renamed, Golden Mom, please let us know what it is called, what you're calling it for the day. Recovery Addict, you said, thank you and the mods for broadcasting. Best YouTube channel and mods. Thank you, Michelle. Appreciate you being here. It would not be the same without you. I appreciate everyone and what they bring to the channel. Let's see. That's what I did up early. This is what we get. Songbits Laura. Roxy, I missed. That's what I did up early. I missed what you were talking about, but thank you. I probably just jumped in the middle of your conversation with somebody else. We get paid in pickle labels, says Stephen Lee. Stephen, actually, we haven't given him a shout out recently. Stephen, if you want to drop a link, please do. But Stephen is our resident artist for the channel. He's the one who provided this amazing little gem right here that we use for the intro for the show. He's just been great at that. He's given us some other artwork as well as starting last night, some 3 a.m. drunk dials on the burner phone. The burner phone is a phone number we publish openly on the internet for all the addicts here on the channel to call, to text message, or to leave a voicemail, or send an image. You can do all the things. But that's one way to reach me. And if the material you provide is appropriate, we might share it on the air like we did with Stephen's voicemail from last night, from his drunk dial. And also we do a program on Saturday, so it'll be tomorrow, that we call Recovery Weekend, where we step back from true crime a little bit and instead start talking about some of the things we're doing in our lives. It's basically like a show and tell, where a lot of us just get to introduce ourselves in a little bit to each other. We have a lot of pet pictures. We have some food pictures. We have some arts and crafts and things. It's really a sort of unstructured, just little hangouts on Saturdays that we do about, I think it's 11 a.m. Eastern time. And we'll have a lot of information, some stories and things like that. But we do that on the weekend as well. So you're welcome to join us for that if you're interested in learning more about your fellow chatmates here. Pickle labels are returned for cash somewhere. Finland, maybe, probably California. California probably has a cash value on the return for pickle jars. That guy says, good morning, y'all. Got to sleep in a little today. How's everyone? You didn't miss anything, that guy, because the judge is apparently still in chambers with the attorneys, which might be concerning as far as the case goes, but we all want to know what's happening. But basically nothing. We've just been talking here this morning. Abby says, I won't be here on tomorrow. I'm babysitting while my daughter and sister-in-law go to be with his dad. End of life. He's at end of life. Well, Abby, our hearts go out to you. We will miss you as well. we'll be thinking about you. I'm sure the other mods will step up. Abby's the one who provides these great reminders of the burner phone number. She often provides the link for the mugs that are available, the true crime mugs, the true crime addict mugs that have now been shipped all over the world, really. And it's super exciting to see you guys get those. Are graphic designs welcome on Saturdays? Mutt, maybe. I know some individuals like Color Me Abstracts has provided a lot of material. I'm not going to be able to share all of it, but he has quite a bit of artwork that he's provided for us, and we'll share some of that. But feel free to send it in for review on the burner phone number, whether it's a text. You can do that. There is a way to email me as well. If you dig down in the About section on the channel, you can find an email that will reach me. But honestly, I check that about once a month, whether I need to or not. So it's not the best way to reach me. If you do send me an email and need me to check it out, you might have to email me and then leave a message on the burner phone that you sent an email. I love this channel due to no potty mouth, so we don't have to flush the toilet tongues. Mary Kay, we try to keep it clean, but holy cow, the court does not. We've had some cursey words, as one of our favorite lawyers would say, on a neighboring channel. We have had quite a few cursey words, especially in this trial, as the interrogation goes on. And cursey words that are translated into English so we can understand exactly what they are as well, which has been interesting this trial. Messy Sketcher on Twitter, says Stephen Lee, and I'm working on my YouTube channel. That is awesome, Stephen Lee. Do check out some of his work. He's done a lot for the channel. We sure appreciate you being here. That guy, I was awake by 5, no rest for the wicked, and the righteous don't need it, says Katrina. Sleep is for the weak, right? I got 7 hours last night, which is why I'm sort of bouncing off the wall. That was a lot of sleep for me. How graphic are they? So let's see. Who was I talking about graphic? Let's see. I might have misspoken. I was thinking graphic differently than graphic. It was like graphic designs, Mutt, is like a artwork type thing, or graphic as in wound injury graphic designs. I did get some of those yesterday of someone who showed what a firearm accidental discharge could do, and I cannot show those pictures on the channel. Quite graphic, but let's see. We need a channel song, Flag and Color. Do you agree? Well, Sherry, we've sort of got this is our intro song and our exit song as well, and we have a few other songs that we play at various times. But if you have suggestions, just know that I have to find the song on YouTube's library of free music. Otherwise, the artist could change the rules. Even if I pay for the song once, the artist could change the rules and say, now you can't use it on a live stream, or now you can't use it when your channel size is over a certain size. So I've got a lot of technical restrictions I have to work with. But this particular song is wide open, and it's free for me, and it's one that I really like, and it's worked well for me. So when you hear that, you know we're either going live or we're going to lunch and having a pickle sandwich. Let's see what we have. Ortiz has a horrible potty mouth. Yes, and it's in Tex-Mex, or Spanglish, as some people say. You get a mixture. When he gets really fired up, it's usually in Spanish. It's nice. The curse words are uncensored here, unlike on TV. Hopping Your Rabbit, the reason why the curse words are uncensored here is, first of all, we don't have the ability to censor them because you hear them as I hear them. There's no delay there is a delay from when they happened and when they originally were aired until you hear them. But I don't have the ability to drop the beep over it because I can't see it coming. But also on television, the television has a restriction from the FCC, the Federal Communications Commission, where they actually are fined if certain words go out and are played at different times of the day when they're not allowed. And those fines they have lots of zeros on them, like 3 zeros for a simple word that might go out. But because we are not broadcasting our signal over the airwaves, the FCC does not have any subject matter jurisdiction in the case, and so they can't fine us for somebody saying a bad word in court, which we have no control over. That being said, we do try to keep chat very clean, and I try to keep my language clean as well, and I appreciate your support of that. Color Me Abstract says, I never call number as with my voice. LOL. I do indeed hate my beloved voice. I didn't like the way I sounded either, and I just had to bite the bullet and keep recording. If anyone has any questions about this trial, I know a few of you are new, maybe just catching up as we're waiting for court to get underway, waiting for that live stream to show some signs of life. But let me know. We can fill people in. We need a channel cheer. I will let you guys suggest cheers. I would ask that if you do have one, instead of just putting it in chat, do try to send it to me on the burner phone. That way I can save it a little bit easier. Why do they switch languages while talking, says MB? Great question. This is a border town. Culturally, there's I believe more Hispanic representation in the community than non-Hispanic. And it's sort of like in Canada where you can have areas that speak French and English mixed. And so you have that same aspect there. A lot of these people may speak Spanish at home or English at home, but Spanish at work or English at work, or vice versa. And so a lot of them are fluent in both language, or at least understand some of both. So it's culturally, it's just how people talk down there. And because of that, I mean, even the prosecutors, even the interrogators in the police interrogation, hey, we've got some action. We have some action. I'm gonna do what I don't normally do, and we're gonna take this feed right here. Just to show we do have a feed coming in. No audio yet, but it looks like something. So let me just make sure. Give me just a second here. While Ken's 5, they're always slow to start up. Let me check out KSAT as well. See if they have anything happening. And still nothing from them. So it looks like see the lawyer in blue on the table to the right, the far right of the screen on the prosecutor's table. That is the new lawyer to replace the one who quit. It looks like he has brought his own HDMI cable. That's what it looks like from here. It's amazing how fast broadcast TV is fading away. Yeah, we watch things on demand now. We want things on the schedule we want to watch it on. We need a channel handshake. We need all these things. We need a pet, a channel pet. Court TV says prosecution back at that table.
406 District Court is now in session.
Judge is back.
Judge Officer Hale Jr. presiding. All right, stay ready.
Okay.
Defense ready?
We're going to switch. I don't like this channel, so I'm going to switch right here. And we're going to turn on the audio. Ken's 5 still doesn't have audio, so we're going to take the audio from the other one. Okay, let's switch to this. Okay, there we go. What happened to the NFL player? I don't know. Antonio Brown, right? I don't know how that standoff ended. If somebody can follow that out of Florida, please let me know and give me an update. I was not able to follow it yesterday. Cakespoo says she'll write a song for us. Let's get some polls. Polls on genre. I might have to give you some of the demographics of the channel for viewers, and maybe you can make a good decision on that, but we'll look into that. This group is loving and supportive. It's a nice change from the rest of the interwebs. We try to keep it kind, but we also want to keep it on topic where people who come here for true crime can get what they came for. It is a commentary channel. I'm not going to apologize for that up front. Legally, for me to do what I'm doing and sharing this under the Fair Use Act, I have to provide commentary. Otherwise, I would be breaking the law.
And the state may proceed. Where's your witness?
Where's the witness? The witness is carrying in the paperwork under his left arm. This is the official transcript of the translation of the interrogation, all 12 discs of the interrogation. I think it went for 9 hours, was our understanding. We're on disc 7 today, so he's going to open that up. He's going to turn to the page, as you can see over the shoulder of the judge. That's the video we're going to be watching. And we're going to pick up mid-confession. where Mr. Ortiz has
Good
already
morning,
confessed
Captain.
to one
morning.
killing, and he's going to confess to the next one here in just a
Reminder,
moment.
speak close to the mic, speak loud and clear so that the people in the courtroom can hear you.
I will.
I want to begin this morning by establishing what we know right now, based on your investigation and based on the interview and confession of Juan David Ortiz. Okay?
Okay.
We know that he did in fact pick up Erica,
Correct.
and that he knew Erica,
Correct.
and that he took Erica to her home
His home.
after he picked her up on
His
San
home, not
Bernardo
her
at a
home.
bus stop.
Correct.
And in fact, in his confession, he corroborates certain statements that Erica made to you.
Correct.
As the,
But we're gonna object to leading, Your Honor.
what are some of the statements he corroborated that Erica had also made to you?
That they went to his house, that she was freaking out when they got to the house, that she vomited, that they ended up at the gas station after that.
And including the brandishing of the gun.
Including the altercation, which led to her running to the trooper. Yes, sir.
The difference there being that he says he showed her, he lifted the gun in the holster, but she says he pointed the gun at her.
Correct.
But both of their statements were consistently the same,
I like
Correct,
the tan
you were.
suit on the prosecutor today.
and that he
That looks good.
that he took her to buy drugs.
Correct.
Okay, so he did take her to buy drugs. Did he
Even to
confess?
the point where they smoked cigarettes.
Correct.
Did he say he bought the drugs for her?
I also want you to, during this interview, he speaks to you about Claudine's murder.
Yes, he does.
Okay. Based on your investigation, based on your memory, what is it that he tells you about Claudine's murder?
What he tells us about her is that he picks her up and they have a conversation when they're in the car of how it'd be
This is bizarre.
interesting, not verbatim, but it'd be interesting to go see where Melissa was killed. And while they're heading out there, that she starts freaking out and she accuses him that you're the one who did it, and you know something happens in the car. So he ends up driving on FM 255, which goes from 83 to 35. It's a farm to market road, and he pulls over there. She gets out of the car, and he shoots her in the back of the head.
This is bizarre. Hey, wouldn't it be cool to go see
And,
the
yesterday,
crime scene where I killed somebody?
We showed you
Wow.
some of the photos regarding her crime scene, correct?
The crime scene I was at, yes, sir.
Okay. She died at the hospital.
She died at the hospital, yes, sir, not at the scene.
Okay.
Now, the interrogator
during
said
his
she was telling them
confession,
stuff when they found her,
Are
but I
you
don't
able
think
to
that's true.
establish the murder weapon?
A .40 caliber pistol, yes, sir.
Tell us more about that pistol.
It's a .40 caliber Smith & Wesson caliber. The pistol itself was an HK government-issued Border Patrol weapon.
And for which murders was it used? In which murders was it used?
Melissa Ramirez, Claudine Loera, Wisela Cantu, and Janelle Ortiz.
What about the ammunition? Were you able to establish through your interview and your investigation the ammunition in this case?
By his account, he had not purchased .40 caliber ammunition. It's the ammunition they gave him at work. So it was a work-issued ammo.
Okay.
This is federal Smith & Wesson. This is what the casings look
And
like.
what date was Claudine murdered?
Excuse me?
What date was
On the
Claudine?
13th of September, 2018.
Jenna, we just
Where?
got started. He's just giving
on
us
FM 255 in Webb County.
a
Texas.
little insight
County,
as
Texas,
to
yes,
what
sir.
we're going to hear.
And now, through the confession and through the investigation, I want you to talk about the murder.
Laura, I'll point him out again when he
Of,
comes up on the screen. Hang on.
Wisela Cantu.
Okay. He, according to his account, he picks her up. He says that she is someone he had not encountered before. He says he picks her up and they start heading north on 35. Eventually they get off the highway and loop around to 255, back around the same area where the other crime scenes were. And he starts coming back southbound on 35, and he pulls under the 22-mile marker overpass, and he makes her get out of the car. And like I said, he says he told her that San Antonio's in one direction, by his account. He says San Antonio's in that direction, Laredo's in that direction, and he tells her to leave. And he tells her that he plans on ending himself that night or finishing himself that night or something. And she starts telling him not to, that God loves him and stuff like that. He gets agitated, tells her to leave, and you'll see in the video where he eventually shoots her. He says he shoots her there, and he takes off back to Laredo.
Yeah, we don't have video of this killing, but we just
Up
got his
until now, we
confession
have
we're going to hear.
3 murders now, correct?
Correct.
How
Randall,
many casings
good luck
have
at work
recovered
today.
from murder,
Thanks for
the
being
first
here.
crime scene of Melissa Ramirez?
3, sir.
3 casings. How many casings have you recovered from Claudine Luera's?
2, I believe, sir.
2 crime scenes,
Yes.
that's 5. And now at Griselda's, how many casings have been recovered?
I recall 3.
So now we have a total of 8 casings so far recovered.
So far, yes, sir.
All of these casings are
40 caliber.
same model, make.
Yes. 40 caliber Smith & Wesson caliber federal cartridge.
Eventually,
So
what
this is right
happens
here.
to all these casings? Where do
40
they go? Do
caliber
they
Smith
stay
&
in your
Wesson federal
evidence room?
cartridge.
No, they get sent off to the crime lab at the
It's a hollow
Department of
point
Public
bullet.
Safety.
Okay. And what do they do?
They do an analysis on them
They're designed to do damage
And
on
they give you.
pegs.
And what's the purpose of the analysis?
to compare the, I guess, the characteristics of the primer strikes and of the ammunition we sent off.
Okay. And they give you a report as to whether or not they're all from the same
Correct.
same type.
Yes.
Okay. Or if all the primers match as far as where the
Fired from
pin-
the same weapon.
Fired from the same weapon.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And was that done in this case?
That was done, yes, sir.
And what was the if you know, what were the findings?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance and lack of personal knowledge.
If he knows, he's the lead investigator.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, and it's also hearsay for this officer.
Okay, sustained at this time.
Okay, I'm gonna.
No
propose
closed
that you
captioning today,
Also,
we'll miss. But we also have very little delay in the stream, so it's a give and take. I'll do my best to keep the audio nice and
as you
clear.
get familiar with the contents within these state's exhibits 118 and 122. Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And they fairly and accurately depict the scene that is shown.
Yes, sir.
And are these part of, as lead investigator, are they part of your investigation report?
Josh, they
Yes, sir,
did.
would be.
They tested it. They do match up. When they say the firing pin, if you look on the back of the bullet, you can see right here. Let's see. Let me show this really quickly. On the back of the bullet, see that little center pin? That pin has a little firing pin that hits it, that primer, and the location of where it hits, as far as how off-center it is unique to each gun and can be matched up, along with several other things. And so it provides like a fingerprint on the shell casing that will show that the bullet was fired in a specific gun. And they have done that.
No objection, Your Honor, that were conditionally admitted previously.
What were the exhibits again?
118 and 122 were conditionally
Okay.
admitted.
So these were items the state tried to produce earlier and had to hold because they didn't have the foundation to admit them. So they were conditionally admitted as long as the foundation was laid. They've laid that foundation now. We're now going to see some pictures. Let's see what they are here. If they're crime scene pictures, I will warn you, these may be pretty rough.
That is the victim, Griselda Cantu.
Okay, we're not going to see that picture.
And tell us the time, date, and location.
The time would have been approximately Friday, would have been Friday night, September 15th. 14th to 15th at night.
And location?
That's under the underpass on 35, 22 mile marker.
What are these orange circles that we see?
The shell casings that were recovered.
Okay. So they're circles.
The gentleman in back of Mr. Ortiz has taken a snapshot picture of each picture as it's presented. These are crime scene photos. They are sort of grisly. They have some gore in them. The feeds we monitor are not providing that image to us.
These photos.
So they're not available at this time, although they may come out through other
Do they
sources
fairly
on the
and accurately
internet.
depict the scene and contents within that photo?
Yes, sir.
And are they part of your investigation report?
Yes.
Or unconditionally admitted, yes. You're admitted. Yes, you may.
The injuries to Griselda, if you can describe where they're located.
Waukesha did have better tech,
128.
for sure.
She had a blunt force trauma to the head, and she had gunshot wounds to the neck.
So all of the injuries from the neck were from the neck up.
All the injuries were from the neck up, yes.
And to reestablish, how did you find out about Griselda's murder?
A passerby called 911 Webb County Dispatch, and the passerby called 911 to advise that there was a body on the side of the road, and deputies went out to go check out the body. And when the deputy got there, he called me. This is when I was at the parking lot level of the Ava Hotel looking for Mr. Ortiz. And that's when they called me and they said, hey, we,
Objection to hearsay.
What was the objection?
Hearsay.
Well, you suffice it to say you received a phone call.
I received a phone call from deputy Elizondo advising me there's another
Objection to
scene.
hearsay, Your Honor, again.
Sustain.
So when they say, what's the objection? That's the same thing as saying grounds,
What, okay.
or it's similar.
That's,
It can also be used to ask for the judge on why
The
he
confession.
why he
Does
decided one way or
does
another.
Juan David Ortiz eventually volunteer information?
Yes, he does.
Tell the ladies and gentlemen what, if any, information he volunteers about another murder.
He volunteered that he told us there's one y'all haven't found, and y'all should probably send out someone to go check it out. We told him we would, and he said it's on 35 by the 15-mile marker where the gravel is. He said he's going to be right there on the side of the road, and there was somebody there, exactly where he described.
Josh, they do test the barrel, the rifling patterns, and the bullets. There are many ways they can match up a bullet
What's more?
that's been fired with a
State's
handgun, and
exhibit.
that's one of them.
24, 25, 26, 27, 29. I'm sorry, I'll say 28 and 29, just to keep them in order, and 30. Okay, I believe these have been conditionally admitted. However, I'm going to ask you if you recognize the contents within these photos.
Yes, sir, I do.
And do they fairly and accurately depict the scene in each photo?
Yes, sir, they do.
And are they part of your, as lead investigator, part of your investigation report in this case?
Yes, they are.
As to the murder of Juan Ortiz?
Yes.
Trying to sync up the footage a little bit better, and I think we've got it now. The video in the bottom right hand corner was about 3 seconds ahead of the top video. I think we're synced up. These are family members that are coming in right now. The lady in red in back, I believe that is the mother, and the lady in black is the sister of one of the victims. They've been in court previously as well, and had a pretty emotional time seeing some of the images that were presented. So they unmuted the mic just to cough into it there. It's not how we do it normally, but all right, so we do have some arguments of hearsay that have been brought up. It's interesting because there are exceptions to the hearsay rule, right? There are certain situations where you are allowed to use hearsay in court, and some where you can't. The definition of hearsay is information received from other people that one cannot adequately substantiate, like a rumor. So legally, the report of another person's words by a witness, which is usually disallowed as evidence in the court of law. Anything that they had told him would have been ruled out as hearsay, for instance. So when you hear them say hearsay, it's like if somebody told you what it was, you didn't know yourself, and so you can't use that testimony. So they get around it by saying, what sort of information did you learn from this type thing? And there are some ways that we can ask this to get around the hearsay rule. But the judges are the attorneys are pretty good about working in evidence they need to get worked in, using the proper witness who has the actual knowledge. But you'll hear that objection a lot, and that's what they're talking about.
So how does that work with general folks? Because I was saying hearsay to the cops. You didn't personally get the information from me, therefore it's not real. But the cops said I got it from the cops, therefore it was real.
DMB says the big exception to hearsay is if the other person is dead, since obviously they can't themselves testify. Correct. There's no other way. And we've run into a couple things earlier that have been interesting in court, where the prosecution tried to introduce a document as evidence, and the defense objected and said, no, you can't submit that because that's just a copy. And they have a best evidence rule, meaning that if there is a better version, a better copy of, there's a close-up of the family members right there. If there's if there's a better copy of the evidence that's being submitted, that's being introduced in court, that is the version that has to be submitted. So the defense or prosecution on a couple times has presented a copy of a report, and they've argued that they want the actual copy instead.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 30 once again. Where is that photo? Where was that photo taken?
The photo was taken at the crime scene.
Okay. And you had previously on Melissa's murder crime scene 1 described the function of the ME and what the ME does when they get there, right?
They take take custody of the body for autopsy and for the medical examiner's purposes, yes, sir.
And do they turn the body over?
Yes.
And what do they do after they turn the body over?
They wrap it in a sheet, put it on a gurney, and take it.
But before they turn the body over, what do they do?
Oh, they inspect the body for any obvious signs of trauma.
Okay, and they take photographs of the body?
Yes.
And these are crime scene photos from that day at that location?
Correct.
Report.
Correct.
The only manipulation, if there was any, was them turning over the body?
That would have been done by the ME, but yes, sir.
Okay. Now we move to admit.
Yes, Exhibit 30 is admitted together with the other.
Thank you.
may publish.
Thank you. Is
Okay.
this the, tell us what we're looking at here.
You're looking at access road, IH-35,
So any image that doesn't have blood
between
in it, we're probably going to see.
the access road and the
But
main
doesn't have the
highway.
corpse,
And
the victim in
it's around the 15-mile marker, give or take.
What is significant about the mound of gravel there in the photo?
For several years, there were large mounds of gravel that belonged to TxDOT, and I think that's where they would store them. And they were there, they obscure the view from the highway.
Okay, and was that, did Mr. Ortiz make any mention of the gravel mound in his interview?
I believe he did, when he described where he left Janelle.
He had pointed that as a landmark where her body was.
I believe he did, yes.
Would you like to review the transcript to verify that?
Sure.
On the last murder?
Okay. That mic's really loud. It's picking up all the paper sounds and none of the talk. Right, an audio recording is true and accurate and would not
Correct.
be hearsay.
On the other side of the gravel mounds.
They just have to
So
authenticate the
he's
recording.
the one that tells you about the gravel mound.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's where law enforcement responds.
That's where they responded, yes, sir.
This witness does a
And
much better
again,
job in the
up
interrogation
until
room than he
this
does on the
time during
stand,
the
but he's doing an
confession on
adequate job.
September the
He's
15th,
not making any mistakes. It's just
2018.
he doesn't
in this
sound
room.
super confident.
Do you know about Janelle Ortiz being dead?
We had no idea, no.
Had any 911 calls come in about Janelle Ortiz or a body at the 15-mile marker?
No, sir.
Sean, had a great
Any
Thanksgiving. Thanks for
other
asking,
agency
and I'm
provide
glad
any
you're here as well.
information about a
Thank
body
you, man.
at the 15-mile marker on IH-35?
No, sir.
Who was the only one that provided you information as to the body of Janelle Ortiz?
Mr. Ortiz.
That's big evidence. The only way the police knew about that was from
Make
him.
out the body in this picture?
Yes, blurry, but yes. It's off onto the left side of the road.
How did Mr. Ortiz describe the murder of Janelle?
What stood out for me for that description of his is that he thought that he might get a fight out of Janelle. That of any of them, he thought he was going to get a fight, but that didn't put out a fight. He went willingly, walked out willingly, and he shot him in the back of the head.
So Janelle knew she was going to be killed?
It seems like it.
How many casings were found at Janelle's crime scene?
If I recall, one, sir.
What are we looking at here?
Close-up of the previous picture.
I'd say it's Exhibit 27.
There's
You
a
remember how
chance we
Janelle
might
was dressed?
accidentally see
Had
a
a
crime scene
hoodie on
photo.
and shorts.
So just be alert to that. They will cut away quickly if they do,
That's correct.
but it's a possibility that may show up. They are being shown in court. All the gallery can all see these. The jury can all see these.
I'd say it's Exhibit 28.
Lick their fingers when turning pages. It's like
29.
licking
What
your
is
fingers
this
after
down
eating
here?
Doritos, right? Default subscriber.
I'd have to check the log. I don't.
We
Most
saw
likely the shell casing, but I'd have to check the log to be
we
sure.
saw Ortiz doing that the other day.
The injury that Janelle sustained, where was that injury located?
The head.
I believe that's Janelle's mom.
That was one bullet to the head.
Correct.
A lot of those pictures will never be aired. They might be taking them for his own reference for the story, but they may not go out
Disc
on
7.
any format.
He asked you to take the handcuffs off, correct?
Yes, he did.
You remember him telling you that he was paranoid like a motherfucker?
Correct.
I missed it. Sorry, guys.
Do you remember him telling you about Melissa, that she was mouthing off?
Yes, sir, I do.
And that he said, fuck this bitch.
Yes.
Sorry. The beeps are hard.
That's when it happened.
Correct.
During your interview, he says that he shot Melissa twice.
Correct.
And we heard yesterday where he says,
I'm going to object to his leading, Your Honor.
does he say,
Rephrase.
did you hear him say the monster comes out of me?
Yes, I did.
Did you hear him say that they are turds?
Yes, sir.
Did you hear him say that they are dirty?
Yes.
Did you hear him say, why doesn't anyone take these bitches out?
Yes,
I'm going
sir.
to object to leading again.
It's yes or no. If he,
Yeah. I'll allow that. That's overruled at this time.
Did you hear him say during your interview, and we're going to see disc 7, why doesn't anyone take out these bitches?
Yes, sir.
Did you hear him say during the interview, I grabbed it by the horns?
Yes, I remember that. Yes.
Do you remember him also saying during an interview to one of his victims, asking him, you're probably the killer?
Your Honor, we're going to object to continuous leading. This is direct examination. He can ask him what, when, where, how, why, as opposed to suggesting the answer to the witness.
Overruled as to the question asked right now.
We have the disc and it's in evidence and they're going to play it for the jury. But do you remember him in the interview saying, I didn't want to do it, it's Erica?
Yes, I remember that.
Do you remember with Claudine's murder, him saying, with this one, there was no paranoia?
Correct.
And on page 41, during your interview, do you remember him saying, all the other bitches, I took them to 35 North?
Yes.
During his interview, does he tell you, I'll keep cleaning up the streets?
I remember that. Yes, sir.
You remember him saying, at the 15-mile marker, I shot that one once?
Correct.
And on page 53, do you remember him saying, I'm like, fuck it, let's do it again?
Yes, sir. I remember that.
And do you remember, in the conclusion of your interview, him saying, that's the whole story?
Correct.
Permission to continue the video, Your Honor?
Okay,
What page are we on?
here we go.
And then, just played the cool thing a little up. And then, I was continuing driving on time. And this is where the monster came out. And, I was driving, I was like, people, they all kind of jobs.
Turds.
Yeah, that's.
They're so dirty.
Like when you started watching videos and when I would look at like straight out, like.
These He said mierdas. Can you you didn't read
We
the
know what that is.
transcript when you
Starts
said
with a B.
mierdas.
Like turds.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay.
Like prostituting on the street. Like, why the fuck doesn't anybody take out these bitches? Like, I was thinking to myself, the cops. So then, I was all like,
Oh well, these fucking bitches.
whatever, I go home. No, cool, I go home. No, cool, I go home. And then on one of those nights, I picked up that ugly ass bitch that I had no idea who the fuck she is. I didn't even know her name.
You all already know.
The first one was not planned. Right. They would have done this. And then after that, I saw it like, this sounds stupid, like, I want to clean up the streets, and I know he's gonna fucking do it. And he tells him to do it. It doesn't. And, so I was like, you know, these people, they're not good people. So I convinced myself of that, and I was very good at once. I picked up that stupid chick.
That chick?
And they said we could talk nonstop.
That was.
Que she lived in a hotel, you can start
She was saying that she lived in a hotel and who knows what.
Can you take me I want to shoot where? So we're driving to a place that I've never been to with Erica before.
The witness is translating every time he speaks in Spanish.
North Springfield of the Condos.
Where the projects are at.
Projects. You make a left. It's going to be the first right. You make another right.
And there it is.
Springfield? Okay. And you take it? You guys hit that house, just like that. So she bought her heroin, whatever. And then,
Again.
This thing at 35. And she brings up, hey, check your medicine. Like, I heard about that shit. That dude, you know where that's at? Yeah. I've seen it on the maps. And he's all like, would it be really fucked up if we don't see it? I'm like, it's crazier than that. Really? No shit? No shit. Like, would it be really fucked up if we don't see it?
And I told her.
Okay. Everything there. So we go, we're driving. And as we get to 80 pretty for your little bootiness, that's when she starts really freaking out. No, dude. No, fuck that. No, dude. No, I don't want to go after her. No. Like, okay. So I make her right. ¿Cómo se llama? Ahí on the...
What do you call it there?
255. Fuck that. You're probably the killer. You're probably the killer. Shut the fuck up. You're probably... Get out of my truck. She gets out. You're probably the killer. Yeah.
And that it? And everything was over.
What happened with that one? That one's a little bit different. That one was... Did you get her out of the car or she got out of the car on her own?
No, she got out of her car on
her own.
You
put it in the park? Okay.
Yeah.
Did she take all that stuff out with her or what?
Okay, what's it? She had her, I think she had her purse.
Yeah.
And
how did you, when you did it, so it was a passenger side or did you get out of the truck?
I got out of the truck.
You got out of the truck? Did she see it coming or she didn't see it coming?
No, I think she saw it coming. She was standing as soon as she got shot.
How many times did you
I think they shot 3.
Sorry.
But if you guys are saying she was right on mine,
Fucking shit.
No, you didn't.
She was right.
She was talking to me.
Fucking shit.
What happened after that?
Only.
Did you get that start feeling different?
Yeah. Like,
It didn't feel like the first time?
No, can I get water?
You don't have the chips or anything?
Get chips? No. Yeah. So I went home. Yeah. That was it.
This one was nothing like.
They killed
There was nothing of anything when it happened.
Which one? I didn't. Police found him on Thursday. Night.
When everything happened.
Thursday early morning.
What was that?
No, I went to that around 11 p.m.
Oh, okay.
I got home, showered, prepared,
Again?
go to sleep, my loving family. I wake up, and I tell my wife,
Damn.
So I'm like, we're get weekend on the
We're gonna go too.
We're gonna go see the Cripples weekend. I'm like, and I'm like, okay. And then that's when the whole water leak and problem at the house started happening. And so Lana was supposed to go Friday, but he didn't go. So my wife would have stayed there. I told my wife, man, if we're going to leave Saturday evening, what's if I come back Sunday because
I told him.
Why don't you go? You take the family.
And over there you can stay with
your
your sister, and you guys have fun. They left.
Today, kids, Friday or Saturday?
Right on Saturday.
Okay, so yesterday, my wife left.
And I did the same old fucking bullshit.
He said, I'm letting you guys. Yeah. And I was shocked. I actually saw her. I was like, holy shit, everything was big tonight. So like 2 weeks or something like that.
And she kept staring at me.
Like, she immediately recognized my truck. So I stopped. So we go. We did the whole trip that I'm telling you, the whole photography.
All that trip.
She brought up this and not me.
And then
she
later,
starts freaking out of the house.
vomiting, that I don't want to be in this house, and that death is nearby.
Make the venture from
It's like I told you.
I didn't want to do it in Sarah, because you guys noticed I took her to the gas station. Right. You know, the other bitches, I took them to $35 after that.
Okay.
It was not meant to be the way it happened in America. I really watched this movie shit around and shit. Right. Freak stuff. She was being paranoid like a motherfucker.
She's walking. Right.
Yes,
She walked away.
So, I guess somehow she lost her shirt and I go to my house and I'm drinking. And I'm all like, oh, I'm fucking pissed off. I feel the fucking tent right here. It's in the
I'm feeling very pissed off.
and going out. I'm drinking beer. I'm like, fuck this hell. I feel like that.
They're gonna come down on me in a bit.
Fuck this. I grab my 9mm, grab my 40 cal, start loading them. I grab my AR-15, start fucking loading them. I grab my 12 gauge, and I couldn't find my 12 gauge. I was like, where the fuck's my 12 gauge? And I'm like, these motherfuckers are gonna come. Motherfuckers are gonna come. And when it came, dude, I was in the house for a long time. So, like, I get this up.
I stood there thinking, this bitch is not gonna say anything. What the fuck is this bitch gonna say?
So, I thought I had taken my 9mm, but like, if it's not in my truck, I guess I left it in my house. It's 40 plus the 40 in my truck. That was
I always have the 40 in my truck.
but I was leaving in my truck. I go to Murphy's and buy beer. I made them out. Remember I told you? Wires got out. Right. I'm like, you know what? They're ready to come after me. Why don't I just keep cleaning up the streets? It's just a fix.
that are not worth.
I went on something, I picked up otra chick that I had never, esta I feel like I had no idea what the fuck she is, I don't know her name, the one you guys are saying, you guys found her last night. So, picked her up.
Yeah, I see the same thing.
Todas dicen lo mismo, you heard no vista, yeah, esa, I don't know what her name is, esa I had never picked her up before. Hay un pinche vato que me cae de levantar y yo creo que sí.
The dude that just picked me up or whatever. The dude had a fucking black truck and he gave me a beating.
Same shit. Yeah, I had to lower the window. Raunchy, like I didn't do anything with her. I literally just picked her up, like I was like, holy cow, she had like a nasty raunchy looking toda la ropa puesta. Eso nada más que tuviste en mi truck, right? This one was raunchy. I had to lower my window. Yeah, that eso sí. So, take the same route. Exit at the 18, go up the little deepest.
And then after that,
I see something empty in a while. Counting the GPS, they have pulled over something.
do the fucking counter DPS.
So I keep going.
Be on the lookout.
I keep going at 255.
There's another one
Just
over
increase their patrols. I'm like, yeah, I conquer something. Right. So I go all the way to 255. I mean, to 35. I go south. ¿Cómo se llama? Yo pensé que me había salido en el 18, pero me salía en otro exit. Le dije a la I'm on the wrong exit. I don't know what the fuck I'm at. It's another Exchange Parkway, or I don't know what the hell it's called. Okay. So, esta vieron, yeah, my truck. She goes like, I literally parked under the bridge, under the interstate. And I said, walk that way, go left, go San Antonio. Walk that way, the other way, you're going to go to that else. And he said, why are you just letting me go? And I said, look, I want you to relay a message. And she's like, what? And I'm like, you heard about all the shit that's been on the news, that I will get as a And yeah. I'm the one that did it, but yeah, I'm just gonna let you go. You go, and I'm gonna take care of myself tonight. And she's like, what do you mean? Like, I'm gonna take care of myself tonight. I had planned on going to a Walmart this day. Right there. On something. And there we go. That's why I texted you. Robert is checking out obviously. So, she listened to me. I told her, walk away. She's like, why? And God loves you. God will forgive you.
It's the one under the underpass.
God loves you, okay?
And then she was talking to me like that.
Please, just go away, okay? I'm telling you to walk away. Just walk away, okay? Walk away. She walks away, and then she comes back. I'm telling you to walk away. You're not listening to me. So, go back south. This time I'm like, fuck. And this time I'm like, fucking catch me. Yeah, it's like I'm I just fucking shoot myself and fucking get it over with. Drive south. I'm like, clean up the streets. You guys haven't found this one. You guys will tell me something better. Okay. Last night it was 2. I'm driving at San Pedro. I thought
there's someone there that
gets food. And I would give him money.
I am always have. Can you give me a dolly? Have a dolly.
It's a tranny.
What's up? What's up?
Listen,
Listen, Daddy, can you buy me something to eat like you did last time? How do you see this? Where we going, Daddy?
It's you, isn't it? Like what?
I said,
It's you, you're the one.
and I said,
Just starts going like that. This one's a dude, so I figured out I'm around there. I can't.
if this dude starts to fight me,
So I exited at the 15-mile marker, the old checkpoint station. You exit at the 15, there's barricades. There's gravel mounds.
oh, that dude.
Probably sent someone or something.
Gravel mounds, the next ones.
City. And then 15-mile marker on the north side. Going north, 15-mile marker on the other side of the gravel mounds.
Do you remember what happened? Who was wearing?
He was wearing a hoodie.
What color?
I don't remember. Maybe I think he wore a gray. And I shot that one once. Ese estaría ya, que pedo. Ese no tuve que decir nada. You're already deal. Okay, see what you gotta do. He was like right there, like my door was open, standing up there. That's the plan. Takes a few steps. Shot it one time. Mind you, by this time I know that you guys are looking for me because of Erica. So by this time my whole life is coming to an end, and I just want to kill myself. Driving south. Fuck it, let's go for it again. Okay. Driving south. I exit. I see there's a trickle on the median. I go.
The cops are coming after me. And they turn around. That's it. This is all fucking over.
I got my gun. I'm like, I guess this way, check out. That's it. I'm out. I'm driving. I'm looking in my mirror. I'm like, I guess there's no guy here anymore. I'm looking. Shit, he really is behind me. So I pulled into the gas station. It's like, fuck that. I should fucking take it with me. I left my gun.
Oh my goodness.
I come out, I'm like,
Okay, so in this timeline, he went straight from shooting the last victim that the police didn't know about to the gas station. He left his gun in the two cars and went to go to the bathroom.
I had to reach in my pockets, unlock it, open it, and I'm gonna shoot myself. If I don't react fast enough, these dudes are gonna shoot me, and I'm pretty sure they're gonna wound me and they're gonna kill me. So thoughts were going through my head. Don't fucking move, come on, guys. You are really scaring the shit out of me right now. I went like this. Like, what the fuck's going on? One of the troopers. Right now, we want to talk to you in regards to the murder of 2 women.
And I stayed there.
Yeah. I slow down. Start pacing. Stop. Bolted. Ran behind the gas station, across the street. I didn't even know the hotel was there. I'm like, fuck, these dudes are both behind me. They're very, very close. I'm running. I'm like, oh shit, fucker shot at me. I'm like, oh wait, no, it's a taser. Oh, he missed. I'm running. Like, fuck, he missed again. I make a turn.
And it's over.
I run to, I don't know what floor, and then I was freaking out. Like, fuck. Somehow I found the elevator, and I went to some floor, I didn't know where to go, and I was very pissed that I didn't have my weapon on me. And I was very pissed that it had bars. I just wanted to fucking die.
Over.
And I'm like, fuck. Like, so you think I barricaded every time? He barricaded himself? Dude, I would barricade himself. I would have had a firearm. I was not barricaded. I was simply hiding. Yeah, so he barricaded. Not good.
Nothing like that.
So while I'm laying there, I'm like, gee, I'm just laying there for a long ass time. It took the SWAT team a long ass time to get there. So I get on my phone and I just call my wife. And I told her, you and me were perfect when we were in San Antonio. Coming to Laredo was a big mistake. I should have never come here. We were a great family. Take care of my babies. Don't ever come back to Laredo. She starts freaking out, and don't come back to Laredo, please don't come. People know my house, they're gonna go to the house, they can stay away from Laredo. No me estaba haciendo caso, and my phone started going off like crazy with my coworkers because they saw what I put on Facebook. Me estaban, hey, you okay? Yes, no me hablan las niñas.
That's when I called.
And she was with something, I thought she was with you guys, to be completely honest with you. Where you at? Oh, baby's gonna tell me something. Like, I could hear it. And then I was like, that's it. I literally, I put my cell phone. This, alright, I already know what's gonna happen. They're gonna come. All I have to do is go like that. And
they're gonna.
I know, it's gonna happen. Yeah, I was like that. I was like, come on, man, make it happen. Come on, it took around a long time to get done. I swear to God. So I said, fuck it.
There are no weapons or stuff like this.
And I could hear him. So I literally just lay down, put my hands like this. Don't fucking move! Me cayeron todos. Don't fucking move! I was fucking moving, man.
And then?
Let me see your hand! My hands are right there, dude. What the fuck? You go, boom, me tumba, and then go, I told you don't fucking move. Like, I'm not moving, man. You threw me on the floor. Like, so I was like, just talking like that to him. And then, I think that's the whole story.
That's the whole story.
Call anyone to report one of them? No, you didn't report any of them? Okay. Just, thank you. Thank you. I'm gonna go get you the picture right now. Is there anything else I can get you? You hungry?
I mean, but
What do you want? What do you want?
whatever you guys have over there.
No, I'll get you where you want to eat.
How you tell me that?
Whatever is better for me.
Nothing. What do you want? Whataburger, McDonald's,
Whatever.
Here comes the Whataburger.
regular combo?
Okay.
Okay.
That dude is, like I told you, good to go friends.
Yeah, we'll go to the right now. Appreciate you. That is all that's getting there. Thank you.
Sorry.
Man,
Hey,
Sorry.
don't be.
shaking hands with a murderer.
They're making up the first one.
You've got to realize
And,
they don't know at
you
this
know,
point
you're
that that's
explaining
everything.
yourself. I appreciate that. Thank you.
So,
They do know they're getting truthful information out of him.
We'll get a process some stuff and then just gonna have someone sit here with you for a while. I'm not gonna put you back on.
thank you.
Chill out for a minute. Partner, for real. Thank you. And I'm gonna find out about that stuff. I'll look it up. I'll send you the paperwork to wherever you are, and you can look it up. And I'm gonna talk to the sheriff so you can let you take that photo when you okay. That's real. So you appreciate it.
There goes the chair again. Okay, that was amazing. The timeline that he gave there. The fourth person he picked up, the fourth prostitute, he says was a transvestite. He was worried because if the fourth person fought back, he says because it was a dude, I was worried, that fighting back would be a problem. Whereas he would be able to overpower the women, but he's worried that this fourth one was too strong. But he shot the fourth one behind that pile of gravel there on that road, and there were police all over there. DPS had people pulled over. He had to choose different locations because there were so many police officers around. But he shot the last one and went straight from there. As he pulled out back into the road, he said there was a DPS behind him. And he thought for sure this was going to be it. He had his gun out with him as the DPS officers behind him. But then he thought for sure he was going to get stopped. But instead, the DPS officer either pulled off or stopped for some reason. And so he went to the gas station. He drove straight from there to the gas station. He forgot his gun. Probably he set it down in the side because he thought he was going to get pulled over. So he had it ready in case he was going to get pulled over. He leaves his gun in the car. Whoops. Let's see here. That one. He leaves his gun in the car, heads into the gas station. Says he was going to off himself in the gas station, possibly, but he forgot it. But then when he comes out of the gas station, the police there have him at gunpoint. And so now, and then suddenly he doesn't want to end it, and he runs
There's
instead.
discussions in this disc 7 where he tells you what he did after Erica escaped and he went to his house, right?
Correct.
And refresh the jury's memory, what did he say he did at his house?
He loaded up the weapons he had at his house, and he waited for law enforcement to show up, and he was ready for a confrontation, or he was ready to ambush the law enforcement that showed up.
Did you eventually gain entry into his home?
Yes.
Now, several times during this interview, did he give you consent to enter his home?
Yes.
However, did you obtain a warrant in this case?
Correct. A warrant was obtained.
To enter the home?
Correct.
And did you personally enter the home?
I went, yes.
Okay, when did you enter the home?
That was Saturday afternoon.
So it would have been after you were finished with this interview?
Yeah, sometime after, yes.
So
that afternoon.
Okay, and you executed a search warrant at his house?
Correct.
May I approach the witness room? Yes, sir. I'm going to show you what I've marked as state's exhibit. And these, I think,
I knew the timeline had the events happening close to each other, but I had no idea they were that close. They were minutes apart. The gun was probably still warm from shooting the guy. The barrel must have still been warm when he went to the gas station. That's how quick it happened.
Exhibit 138.
Yes, sir.
Unbelievable.
State's exhibit 139.
Yes, sir.
So his family was not home. He had sent them out of town. He had some story about a leak that needed to be repaired or something.
141.
They'd gone to San Antonio, where we are right now, I believe, or in
142.
Bexar County, right? I don't
Yes,
know.
sir.
Exhibit.
His family was away. They were going to come back. He talks about
Yes, sir.
And state's
being on the
exhibit
phone
144.
and calling his wife and saying, "Don't come back."
Yes, sir.
Basically,
Okay. Do those exhibits that
There's nothing for you here.
Do they fairly and accurately depict what's within the photo?
Yes, sir.
And these were taken at the time that you entered the home on the search warrant on September the 15th of 2018.
That is correct, sir, yes.
Okay.
he says he remember being so ticked off because the parking structure had bars on the opening, so he couldn't jump from the 4th floor and end it that way. But his phone was blowing up while he was there hiding in the truck because he had posted on Facebook basically a farewell message, and his friends were all trying to reach out to see if he was okay. People from work, coworkers. Right. DMB, you're probably right. Temperature probably wasn't the same, but time-wise, it was so close together. Bayer, sorry. You caught me again. Bayer County. The X has a Y sound. So here we're probably getting pictures here of either the search at the home or possibly the 4th victim. Defense is doing an admirable job. We're in Admiralty Court anyway, right? So they're doing an admirable job in trying to keep some evidence out and in making sure there's a foundation laid for every single picture. But yeah, so here we're going to have probably pictures of the 4th victim, who was the transvestite. He was worried that that if this guy or lady, the prostitute, fought back, he was worried because it was a dude. He said, but shot him anyway. Yes, AJ, he shot the fourth victim, and he was driving back to town, pulled into the gas station. There was a DPS officer that he says was behind him on the way back, but had pulled off. He thought for sure they were going to pull him over. He had his gun out in the vehicle with the officer behind him. So it could have been a shootout in that situation, because I think this guy was too much of a coward to end himself. I think he had plenty of opportunities to do that and never was able to do it. That's why he wanted a police officer to shoot him. So it probably would have been a shootout scenario in that situation. So very dangerous. Wow. Just amazing. If the X has a Y sound, what does that do to the word Texas? Tejas. The X has a very soft H sound. J can give a harder blowing H sound. I'm learning all sorts of things about the Texan language here today. I do wonder, they've said that he was missing bullets in his gun. I wonder if he ever reloaded the murder weapon. We do know it was the magazine. If you can see here, let's switch to this one here. So let's go here. There we go. The magazine, this is an H&K magazine. It's a 12-round 40 caliber magazine. It's almost identical to the one that that they say was in his gun. This is loaded with 12 rounds of federal ammunition, similar to what he was shooting. The only difference is these have silver casings, whereas the others were brass. As far as my understanding, but very, very similar ammunition. It has on the back, you can see it's got the markings. It has it can hold 12 in a stagger stack pattern. So you'll hear like a single stack, like a 45. The Kimber, he says, was under his bed, is a single stack, but it's a 44. I believe 44 or 45. I forget the caliber of the Kimber, but that would be a single stack of bullets where they're vertical on top of each other. This is a stagger stack, and it allows for additional bullets in a small space. It's a little bit wider grip handle, but this is what he had. So he had one of these 12 capacity. Actually, you can see that mine's not completely full. You can see the black one there. I'm going to load the last cartridge in, and then you can see that it's full. It now has 12 rounds in it. He had this, and they know that some were missing, and we know
Exhibits 136 through 144 admitted into evidence.
that several bullets were used. I just don't know if they if he ever reloaded it between the killings, or was he down to, let's see, we've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He still would have had ammunition left, because there was 1, 2.
Now, Ortiz had told you what
He used like 8 or 9
he had
bullets.
done, right, and the weapons that he had put out at his home.
He said he loaded up his 9mm and his AR-15 to wait for law enforcement, or to wait for us to show up.
And what do we see in this photo?
You see some Bud Light can and a 9mm pistol.
I'll show you 137.
A different angle of the same pistol.
And where is this pistol located in the home?
When you walk in to the right on the kitchen island.
Okay. Is it where he told you it was going to be?
Pretty much, yes.
I think the AR was in the kitchen as
Was
well.
on the kitchen island?
An AR-15.
It's a Bushmaster, which is the brand.
Exhibit 138.
There we go. That's a hunting scope on top of that. That scope
what
has
is
a high
That is an
magnification,
AR-15 type.
probably a 3 to a 9
What is
power
this?
type or
That
greater.
is a high-capacity magazine.
Was that magazine loaded?
Yes, it was.
What are we looking at, 139?
His garage, he had a little, not little, but he had a little collection of ammo, a collection of ammunition there.
He said in the confession he was looking for his shotgun.
Correct. He said it was somewhere in the garage.
You know what this kind of ammo this is?
Those are shotgun shells. Shotgun shells. Also shotgun shells.
Let me show you State's Exhibit 140.
I can't see that picture.
Either can we. It's a very poor picture.
On my screen, I can't.
Can you look up there?
You got to zoom in, bud.
That's the rack in his garage.
Is that the open gun case?
That's an open gun case.
I'll show you State's Exhibit 141.
Yeah, Brenda, the gun was a Bushmaster.
That's handgun ammunition.
There's the
What
federal
kind is
ammunition.
Federal cartridge.
Do you know the caliber?
40 caliber.
If you know, is it similar to the ammunition that was in the vehicle, the gun found in his vehicle?
Yes, that's what he gets issued at work.
So size comparison,
this
this
is
is
government
it's about how
issued
big that is.
ammunition.
I mean, this is exactly the size it is.
Correct. They put it in a silver box and a white box.
142. What is this?
That is ammunition. That doesn't look like the 40 caliber ammunition though.
The ammunition, but different caliber.
Correct.
That's probably for the AR.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 143. Do you know what this is over here?
Yeah, I had seen that when I walked in. It did his taser, and it was on top of the fridge. His work taser.
Get a little cartoon drawing of the family there in the background of the taser.
And what did you do with all the weapons that were found in his house?
The whatever was found there was collected by the evidence techs or CSIs and taken back to the station.
And based on your investigation, were any of those weapons found used in any of the murders?
I don't believe so.
So he said it was a 44 Kimber, right?
We have 39 more minutes on this CD.
Oh, great. It's nap time. No, in this video, 39 minutes. We're probably going to see the end of this video, the delivery of the Whataburger. Wow, that was incredible. For somebody who says he blacks out a lot, I don't think that defense is going to hold up here. He gave a very detailed timeline. Now, I believe he probably lied a little bit about some of the conversation. I believe he probably retold that in a way that either makes him look better or that he likes a little bit better than how it actually happened. But as far as the timeline of events, the sequence of events and how they happened, what he did, I think it came across as very truthful to me, like very complete, and it was fresh on his memory. It just happened hours ago. Wow. Yes, embellish is the word. I think he did embellish when he's talking about what he said and things like that. That part to me doesn't seem as truthful. And I have a hard time imagining that the second victim said, "Hey, let's go check out the crime scene where she died." That just seems bizarre. Did they just get permission to fast forward, please? Please. So Patty, as far as firearms go, he has probably a couple more than the average firearm owner, but it's not from a firearms owner perspective. It's not weird that he has that many. It's common to have different guns for different things: shotgun, 22, 9mm, 40 caliber, 44. The AR is probably a chambered a common round for AR. I can't remember off the top of my head. It's going to be a 45. I'm pretty sure Kimber's a 45. I think I misspoke when I said 44. but it's going to be a single stack. I love the Kimbers. They're beautiful guns. They're works of art. Really, they're very expensive and very reliable. For those of you in Utah, the Utah state gun is the Browning 1911, and the Kimber is basically modeled after that gun. So they have a state gun, right? 223 or 5.56 for the round for the AR. Does anyone else hear very faint music playing, like a little tiny violin? They actually let him order a Whataburger. They let him choose. They're like, do you want McDonald's? Do you want Whataburger? What do you want? And he's like, oh, whatever's easiest for you. They're like, no, what do you want? And he said, oh, I'll take a Whataburger. He's like, and then they went on. He's like, do you want the bacon deluxe? Do you want the double cheese? Large fry, Coke, Sprite. What's your drink of choice? They literally let him place his order. And then said, thank you so much. I appreciate you. But you've got to realize at this point, even though he's been very truthful to this, there may be more. He may still say, there's more I need to tell you guys. And so if they say, gotcha, lock you in cuffs, off to the jail type thing, he might clam up. And so they need to first, they're sending people out right now to verify. They're sending people to the crime scene right now to look for that fourth victim. So they have to keep that rapport up with him and saying, thank you, did the right thing, we're see if we can help you out here. This is good police work. I'm seriously hearing music. It's not coming from my side, and hopefully it's not on the stream because I might get demonetized. Whataburger, customize your bacon. This new prosecutor only has mustache. Yesterday the guy had a beard. Yesterday we lost a prosecutor. He quit. Okay. The one gun 99% of gun owners own is at least one .22 caliber. I have regretted every .22 caliber rifle I've sold, and I've sold every .22 caliber rifle I've owned. But I currently do not own a .22. A .22 is what people commonly refer to as a plinking gun or a target practice gun. Generally, it's too small a round to use for hunting, unless you're hunting small game like squirrels, rabbits, that sort of thing. It's not used for hunting birds, at least like game birds, but it's more of like a pest type gun. You'd use it to shoot rats on a farm or some other sort of varmints. But even then, a varmint rifle, the 223, that Bushmaster he had laying out on the kitchen table with that big scope, that would also be considered a varmint gun. It completely destroys the target. It does a ton of damage, but it also can be used for larger things, even up to deer hunting. He's mentioned that he does some hog hunting. For those that aren't familiar with hog hunting in Texas, across most of the South here in the U.S. They just confirmed his Whataburger order. But in the South, we have a massive influx of hogs that are an invasive species. They're very destructive to the land. They harm farmland, animals. They carry disease and everything. And so, in many states that have these infestations of hogs, they are allowed to be hunted with any weapon at any time, with no limit. You basically can shoot as many of them as you want. And I know that seems, absurd to some people or even offensive, but it's just destroying acres and acres of cropland. They can come in one night and completely destroy your yard, just rooting up your yard, and it costs thousands of dollars to repair it. But yes, the fact that 22 is a plinky gun, it can still kill, just as easily as anything else. But anyway, so we know Mr. Ortiz has participated in hog hunting, which is it can be done for meat. I mean, the hogs you shoot can be eaten if prepared properly, the wild boar, and a lot of people like that. But a lot of times it's almost a sport only, not really for the food. My 300 mag for squirrels. 300 mag is a very big gun that would be used for elk, moose, maybe even elephants. I'm not sure. 22 travels further through the body because they're so light. It's a very small point. Size-wise, a 22 is is probably less than a third the size of a 40 caliber. This round here. Oops. Just lost the holster for that. Okay, so any questions with what we heard or what you didn't hear? I tried to listen. I strained my ears even over the sound of the chairs squeaking, which is probably going to happen again here soon. I'm going to mute it just a little bit. We'll turn it down so our ears don't die. The meat is awful from a boar. 0 out of 10. Do not recommend. Right, and they carry disease. I mean, you have to be very careful. It's not just disease on their skin or in their hoofs or mouth or something, but disease that can transfer to humans, that just from not cooking it properly. I heard a stream on wild boars a few years back. The guy said they put a season on them, and we could poach them out of existence. Yeah, it's Texas especially. You can find YouTube videos on about wild pig hunting, where people will pay money to rent a helicopter, and they'll sit strapped into the helicopter, open the side doors or have the sides off the helicopter, and they literally just use those AR-15 style rifles and just blast away as the helicopter flies and flushes the wild boars, the wild pigs out of the brush, and they just open fire from the sky, just blast, 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 just ammo everywhere. Hundreds of rounds of ammo, and they just shoot everything they can. But I'm not sure if he participated in that type of shooting or if he did it more traditionally, like on the ground. But in Texas, shooting boars is pretty common. Okay, if you have a question, do flag me like Melody did here in this chat. Just go ahead and put an @ symbol and then type recovery addict after it, or just write recovery addict. Either way, it will show up in bright orange for me, so I'll know that you have a question. I'll try to answer it for you. But any questions, okay. I don't want to see this guy eating for half an hour. Richard, he's probably pretty hungry. I don't think he'll eat for half an hour, but it might be half an hour until he eats. Lori, welcome back. Good to have you here. Tom, you're right. You can get an AR-15 chambered in a 22 caliber, and a 223, as far as the diameter of the bullet, is not much bigger. I mean, it's 0.223 compared to 0.22. There's a very similar diameter, but the 223 has a much larger cartridge behind it, so a bigger powder load. It shoots much faster than a 22. And also has a heavier weight of bullet. This type of case promotes reasons for concealed carry or open carry. This case is a PSA for the second. Public service announcement. Yes, boars will attack people. If you startle a boar, they'll turn on you, and they have tusks that can tear you up. They are very dangerous. And they will eat anything they can get their mouth on, including people. Hogs can have a litter every 3 months, 3 weeks, and 3 days, multiple pigs at a time. It would be difficult to eradicate the problem. Yeah, it's like rabbits. As long as they have a food source nearby, you can't get ahead of that game. And they're spreading. They're here in North Carolina. They're not really bad in the area I'm in. On the eastern side, but other parts they are. I feel like I won't be able to eat Whataburger following him eating it. That guy says, "Hi, Recover Addict. Did you change your underwear today?" Who knows? You might get strip searched. Good question. I'm not going to answer that one. Of course I did. To get Recovery Addict's attention, use his name in the @ space. Thank you, Abby. I appreciate that. When I was little, I had a dream I was being chased by wild boars, and I had no idea what they were. In the morning, I asked my mom if they were real, and she told me they were. I was terrified. They are real, and they make lots of grunting noises. They're like a furry pig with big tusks, and they can get massive, hundreds of pounds. Lori says, recovery addict, FYI, they caught my niece's boyfriend. Good to know. I forget the actual details of that one, but I think that's a good thing, Lori. Golden Girl says, did you see any coercion at this point? I didn't see any coercion at any point. I think these officers have been more than nice. There was a brief point where they said, hey, we know you're lying. Now's the time to man up. It's when they scooted their chairs over. We were all deafened and our ears were ringing when it happened. But when they scooted the chairs over and sort of moved to his side of the table, I think that's the closest thing I saw to it, but it was just encouraging. There wasn't any, they didn't force him to do anything. They didn't make any promises to him saying, we'll make sure you get off for this. Nothing. It was an easier interrogation as far as good cop, bad cop than I went through when I found a bomb. They were incredibly kind to him and very considerate. I never got offered even water, let alone a Whataburger. And now I feel a little bit miffed about that, knowing that was an option. I just hate how the media and non-gun people classify the AR-15 as this monstrous gun that inflicts so much damage, when in fact shotguns can inflict so much more damage in one shot. Right? It has an image. That's all it is. It's we think of a assault rifle, right? The term assault rifle, and that's not what AR even stands for. But we think of this big scary black gun. But when so many guns that look, like something a cowboy would have to go hunt deer or something, if you watch some old movies, use the same cartridge. They also fire in the same manner, can fire just as fast. They have the similar range, same damage. It's just the image that's been portrayed, and the one thing that is true about them is they are designed to carry a higher capacity magazine, and so you can fire more shots typically without reloading than say like a semi-automatic, a traditional rifle with a wooden stock, But it does have this image that has been vilified. I watched a channel. The guy has a pet boar. She's the softest pig I've seen. I've heard you can tame them when they're little. The 5.56 has more power than 2.23, correct? It does. They are interchangeable rounds in an assault rifle. They are nothing close to a 22 round, which is much larger. They are military rounds. Yeah, I'm only saying the 2.23 diameter of the bullet is similar to the other one. Correct me if I'm wrong, but the 2.23 has a very lightweight bullet. That has a large powder charge. It's like shooting a 22 bullet with a 30-06 powder load, right? The 22 round is tiny. Typically, they'll fly 1,200 feet per second, a 22 round, a 22 LR. MB's also saying here that she did not get a Whataburger when she was interrogated. I think we all have grounds for a class action lawsuits because of this. Had I known, I would have definitely placed an order, probably at the beginning of the interrogation too. I've seen videos of hog hunting with an atl, pretty wild. That's the like the sling spear, I think it's like a Native American type weapon. It takes a lot of skill to hunt with that, and a lot of nerve too, because your range is limited. Pigs can swim well. They do. They swim. Yeah, Jimmy. Laura. They can get you. Yep. They're crazy. They can root. Their tusks can tear through bark and the trunk of a tree. They've been known to literally gnaw a tree down or root a tree down to get something out of the tree. Even a person who was up in the tree. They're hogs. A mad hog is a scary thing. Josh says, recovery addict, send a video on text. You got to play it. Let me take a look. I do see somebody bought a mug. Let's see, going to Iowa, and thank you very much for that one. Looks like they went with the black that one. Thank you for the purchase of the mug. Today I am rocking the pink version. Let's see right here if I can show this. It says True Crime Addict on one side, and on the other side, it's full of water. I'm holding it over my laptop, so I'm doing this carefully. It says Objection, Overruled Grounds, but no spills. No spills today. Appreciate everyone who buys a mug and supports the channel that way. This is like his last meal before death. Yeah, you'd think he would have been like, yeah, I want a specific thing, not just whatever's easiest for you. Okay, oh, I was checking my text message. Sorry, I squirrel moment. I got lost there. You sent something. I've got a few messages. Let's see here. Rich sent one. Rich, did somebody block Rich for some reason? Rich, try to throw something up in chat really quickly. Were you naughty? I guess I should ask that question first. Were you naughty? I'm not seeing Rich. He might have stepped out. I haven't seen any bans today. Did anybody get banned? Abby says not blocked anyone. Rich, I know we've had some problems with YouTube, with people having trouble. If somebody does get blocked, please know that our mods are doing the best they can, and occasionally we get someone gets blocked on accident. But no, not Buddy. I don't want to use the last name. He told me his last name, but it's the one who makes pickles. The guy who makes pickles. I will check. I don't think I've seen you get blocked. We might have another error here. But let's see here. I will do a quick check on the community settings. We rarely block anyone here. Yeah, so and the mods we have are really good at their jobs. So I'm sorry about that. Okay, so somebody said, who was it? Josh said I sent over a video on a text. I'm trying to find that here, but I'm going through quite a few. Let's see. I'm not seeing the video yet. I see some arrowheads, some great finds from some arrowheads. We'll share that on Saturday if that's all right, Greg. Got another dog picture. Thank you for that. Christine, we've got... hey, you've got a pro... Christine, I've got a picture. I think you... is that the SMB7 mic? I think so. Anyway, thanks for that picture. I'll go through these here in detail when we're not on the live stream. Let's see. Okay, got one from Josh. Oh, it was a link. That's why I was looking for an actual video, but it's a link. This amazing Christmas tree gets pulled into a museum. I'll check it out on my phone. This may be... It's a nice truck. Squeezing a big Christmas tree through a small doorway. Can you imagine how many pine needles they'd have to pick up on this, Josh? We might share this on Saturday. It's 2 trucks pulling this in. That is an amazing video, but I know they were doing a lot of cleanup after the fact on that. There are pine needles everywhere. Yep. Okay, great video. We'll share that on Saturday on the live stream if that's all right, Josh, with the weekend recovery. That's where we do some of the more lighthearted stuff. Let's see what any other questions we have. What is the point of presenting this video of him sitting at the table with his head down? Paul, that is a great question. We know that. Let me make it a little quieter here. Okay. We know that the defense has argued and said that that's our new attorney right there. Close up on him. Paul, we know that the defense has said that this is a coerced confession, meaning that they forced him or tricked him or something to that nature. That it wasn't given willingly. It was a false confession in some way. Okay, they want this thrown out. But in arguing against that, the state is basically showing the whole thing to the jury, saying, see, there's nothing there. There's no coercion. And granted, to get to this point where they can say, you saw everything, that there's no coercion anywhere in this whole process, they have to show the hours of nothing happening. Because if they didn't, the defense might say, you didn't see everything. You don't know the torture they put him through or what they said or, what was said in the hallway. But here we've seen everything. We know everything. And it helps us and it helps the jury determine that there was no coercion there. So I think that's why the prosecution has presented it this way, as painful as it was. I do object to the audio, though. This has been awful. Can someone send this office a can of WD-40 or a whole case of it, and some felt bottoms for all these chairs? This is really bad. My only reference to pigs is Piglet from Winnie the Pooh, says Laura. You guys are killing my assumptions. Heritage Rough Riders are chambered in 22 LR, and 22 Magnum. I didn't know 22 Magnum was even a thing. That guy, I actually owned a 22 Magnum revolver. You can get it in a revolver or a rifle. It's identical to a 22 caliber short or long rifle. It's just longer, so it's just a bigger powder charge and it flies a little bit faster. A little more power there. I loved that one too. That was a nice gun. It was a Ruger. I traded it for a camera. Oh man, I had too many hobbies in my life. Saw the Christmas tree video, Josh. Thank you. I'm a little behind on chat, just catching up. We will share that on Saturday. It's a YouTube short, so it's a quick one. I don't eat red meat, so it would be a what a chicken. Wow, what a close-up. You can see each individual hair on his face. Doesn't look like he shaved this morning. What's he thinking? I know what he's thinking. He's thinking, where's my Whataburger, right? Same thing we're thinking right now. Patty says, as they say, it's hard to unring a bell. The jury has heard this, and it's in their mind. How do you get out of the fact that the only person who knew about this murder told the cops about it, and it was right? Speaking of cops, driving by my house right now. Golden Mom says, finally got my pick changed. Now the Golden Mom, now I know what you're talking about. You have a golden retriever in your pick, and a beautiful one at that. What a good dog. It looks awesome. Golden retrievers are great pets, extremely loyal, very good with kids too. Okay, does anyone else have any questions about anything they might not have heard, or questions about the actual confession? Because I'll try to answer everything with what I believe I heard. On Friday would have to be What a Fish. Good Friday, yep. Got to have What a Fish. He seems like he's aged 4 years. He has aged exactly 4 years since he committed the crime. Right. I want to see him like salivate and drool as he watches himself from 4 years ago eat a delicious Whataburger, which he has not had since then. I can tell you, the jail did not, have lunch catered by Whataburger since then. So this was his last Whataburger. He's about to watch himself eat. Goldens are the sweetest creatures on earth. My dad had two. They're great in pairs as well. Did they mention a motive? M.M. Jones, they've said a couple things. They've said he's trying to clean up the streets. He has a major disdain for these prostitutes, probably out of victim blaming and guilt, because he was one of their customers. So he feels bad for what he's done, and he's blaming them for what he did, maybe. And so he needs to clean up the streets by getting rid of them, as if they're the problem, not him. That's basically what it was. We do know that he's apparently had some suicide by cop intentions at some point, where he wanted to end it, but hasn't. Even though he had the means to end it, trust me, he had plenty of means, as we've seen from the photos already. He didn't have the will to follow through with that, and so he's put himself in several scenarios where it could result in a police officer shooting him in a justified shooting. But as those times approached, every time he got in that situation, he I guess you could say chickened out, right? When the guns were on him in front of the gas station, You know, he could have charged him then, and it would have had a predictable result. But instead, he turned and ran. When they shot at him twice with the taser, he could have spun then and lunged, and with a predictable result. When he was in the truck, he actually said, "I got in a position with my hand behind my back to pretend I had a firearm," because he's kicking himself. He left his gun in the truck, right? He says, "I got in this position, and all I had to do was make a sudden move, and I knew they would shoot me, and I could do that. But as they got closer and closer, instead, he decided to stand there with his arms all the way out to the side, and just be completely hands in the open, giving them no reason to fire." So it's interesting, but that's some information on the motive. Just got a text to forward an email to Katrina. I will try to do that here during the break, during lunch, during the Whataburger break. At this point, he has confessed to all 4 murders, Ginger, and probably right now the police are on the scene because this is like the half hour after they found out about the 4th victim, the one that was killed out behind that pile of gravel, and that happened just. I mean, it was less than an hour before he was caught at the police station. It was a gunpoint and ran from the cops. It was less than an hour from when he killed that guy to this. Just crazy. Okay, I'm doing a quick check on the people who have been hidden or timed out on the channel just to make sure nobody accidentally got in here that shouldn't be. And I'm not seeing anybody. They're all the bots as far as I can tell. Yep, just the bots. Okay, I think we're good on that. Okay, let's see. Did he get spicy fries with his burger? I don't know yet. I think he probably got a full order. 0 coercion. He's got nothing to lose now, so he might take the stand and try to convince one juror of PTSD or something. A narcissist would take the stand. CG, you really think he would do that? I can promise you it's going to be against the advice of his attorneys. He has nothing to gain by testifying, I think, because the prosecution will make him say again exactly what he did, and that will draw the connection from the then to now to he's still the same guy type thing. You're going to get probably a similar reaction. You're not going to get remorse. We already can see there's no remorse in court. I don't think he'll suddenly have remorse on the stand. Let's see. Any Friday. Good Friday isn't until Easter time. Right. I was just, for some reason, Good Friday popped into my head. Don't know about the spicy fries, but I want some now. Mutt, thanks for bringing that up. Did he say why he initially murdered Melissa? The first one. Trying to think back. That was in the first part of his confession. He was much quieter. He wasn't as. Towards the end, he was almost excited telling the story, recounting it in every detail. But at the beginning, he was very quiet. So if he did say it, I may have missed that. Now, if somebody else did hear the reasoning, let me know. I hear some paper bags in the background. Is there food coming in? I don't know. Okay, I would hope now we've had a confession that could speed the video up. Really, what are we waiting for? It's not coercion after the fact. Laura says, Katrina, I have some questions for you about fasting. Can I send my email to Scott? And she did. Katrina, send me a text as well, just a quick one. I know I think I've already got you on the text chain, but if you do that, I'll be able to copy and paste that during the break for you. I think it was after his final meal as a free man that he confessed to the fourth victim. No, that guy, I think we heard. I think we heard the 4th one already. I may have lost count, but because he recounted, basically said he shot him, and he pulled back on the road, and almost immediately there was a DPS guy behind him, and he drove and pulled his gun out. He's like, "Oh, great, you know what? Here, this is it. It's going to happen. He's going to pull me over," and the DPS guy stopped or turned around or something else instead, and then he drove straight to the gas station, went in to use the restroom, forgot his firearm. He always has his firearm with him, but he forgot it at that point, and he came out to be in a gunpoint. So I think that was the fourth victim. I don't think in the timeline there's enough time for another victim. Golden Mom says, I have a golden and a golden doodle who are legit half siblings, and then a Frenchie. So you got 3. Okay. The cop is in great shape for a cop. Who said that? Who said that? The gentleman in the background. He's a desk cop. Okay, go easy on him. He may have a medical condition. Do they not understand 2 times speed? Katrina, they should. It should be a prerequisite. As a matter of fact, if you ever try to pass the bar, they should first make sure that you know how to fast forward very long videos. Imagine all the police officers got Whataburger and they brought him a jailhouse lunch. Here's your bologna sandwich. Enjoy it. Mutt's making fresh cut fries. My kids have been begging for those. I'm the only one that makes them. No one else in the family makes fresh cut fries, just because I think they're intimidated by cooking in oil, in hot oil. But we've got a French fry hot oil machine. I do not have a fresh cut. Did I say something bad there? That was a slip of the tongue. If I did, I apologize. A fresh cut fry cutter. I don't have the tool that makes the fries nice and square. Need some fry sauce for those. Yes, Utah thing, fry sauce. If you haven't had them, it is delicious. A little bit of mayo, a little bit of ketchup, a little bit of pickle juice, which makes the world go round. And it's delicious. Go to Joe Realty, says recovery addict. I'm a bit lost on the context of Ortiz being prepared for police at his home. Did they find this when they searched the property, or did he make it home before being detained? Great question, Joe. The timeline as far as his home, it went like this. When Erica was in his truck, and he pulled the gun on her, and grabbed her shirt, and she escaped and ran. He panicked, basically. He's like, oh crap, this was different. It wasn't supposed to be like this. I drove her to the gas station instead of in the middle of nowhere. He can't shoot there at the gas station, okay, because there are cars and trucks and everything around. So he panics and he drives home, and he thinks, this is it. The cops are coming. He loads all his guns. He sits there. He's loaded his AR. He's loaded his 9mm. He may have reloaded his duty weapon. We couldn't find his shotgun. He's got his Kimber upstairs under the bed. It's tasers on top of the fridge, but he's basically loaded for bear. You see what I did there? He's loaded for bear, and he's waiting for the cops, thinking that it's going to end in a firefight where he pulls a gun and maybe shoots and they shoot him, because that's what he wanted, right? He wanted to end it, but he couldn't end it himself. So he's back there at home and he's sitting there and the cops don't show up. He's like, okay, nothing's happening. All right. And so he grabs his duty weapon and he goes and he drives and he picks up another victim. And he goes out and shoots her, and he goes back and picks up another victim. And he shoots him or her, because transvestite. And then he gets caught. So that's the timeline. And they didn't go into his house until, from what I'm understanding, I think the article from The Guardian had it wrong. From what I'm understanding, they didn't go into his house until they got a search warrant, which was after he was in custody. Here's the Whataburger. Here we go.
I'm working on that pick, okay?
We're still working on the picture. He just patted him on the back.
In particular, man, it's my kids are sitting on the counter in the kitchen. My wife's right there. It's that one in particular.
The kids are
Sitting on the kitchen counter, and my wife's right there.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, now we get an ASMR moment of, he did get fries. Doesn't look like spice fries, just regular. Okay, here's the last burger. I'm turning off the audio a little bit. Hang on. He knows this is the last time he's going to enjoy a Whataburger. That's why he's crying. The poor officer in the background is has probably been working a 12-hour shift, and he's probably starving. And he has to watch this inmate eat a Whataburger. So now he's all organized. See how particular he is with how the food's laid out? I think that's ketchup. Ketchup for the fries. There's the drink. Now the napkin. Do you guys want the play-by-play? Did he just drop some food on his lap? Oh. Christine, yes, that's our understanding. He killed the last two after Erica got away. That's how quick this happened. And the third one, he said he wasn't going to kill her. He wanted her to. He was going to let her go. Said, "Hey, I'm the one. Just know I'm going to end it," type thing, and wanted to give her a message, like relay a message type thing. And instead, she's saying, "Hey, don't do this. You're a good person. God loves you," type thing. And he gets frustrated and shoots her. And then he goes and picks up another, and turns out to be a transvestite. And he goes and shoots that one as well. He said he's just cleaning up the town. Why don't people clean up this town? Why don't they do this? Wow. Last real food he'll ever have. It's a 10-bite burger. Yeah. Not water burgers. Whataburger. They are real two-handers. They're big burgers. Yeah, please slide through the bun and drop onto his lap. His last burger, and he drops it on the floor. And it freezes right there mid-bite. We'd never know if he finishes the burger, apparently, or maybe the next disc is all him eating. I got no audio then. They muted the audio. We've got some pictures.
Yes, just for the record, so that's the end of that disc.
That is the end of disc 7.
End of disc 7. We're on to disc 8.
It's a little dark, but can what part of the house was this taken in?
One of the restrooms.
Okay. And can you make this out over here?
Those are towels.
Towel?
Correct. There was in his confession and also in Miss Erica's statement to you, there was information regarding her taking a bath.
A shower.
A shower.
Yes, sir.
And what was the context of that?
When they got to his house.
He wanted her to take a shower
Correct.
before they had sex.
Correct.
I want to show you States Exhibit 31 and 32. These were taken on September the. What date were they taken on?
That would have been on Saturday.
The 15th.
Correct.
You familiar with those two photos?
Yes, I've seen them before.
They're related to the other photos that I previously showed you.
They're from the same crime scene, yes, sir.
Okay, and they fairly and accurately depict what's contained within those photos.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Christine, I think they would have had better luck with, almost a temporary insanity type thing. Coercion, I just don't see the grounds for that. Grounds. Yeah, can we get a refill on the drinks, everybody? We're starving now. We watched that Whataburger be unwrapped, and the fries. We can smell it. We were watching the smell-o-vision of someone else eating some delicious food. Now I'm going to skip breakfast and get a giant burger for lunch. It's my fault if everyone completely blows their diet. It's my fault for airing this video of the defendant eating a Whataburger, and I'm sorry for that. Yeah, what's with the towels all over? He doesn't have any hooks for the towels?
May I take a moment for briefly? Captain Calderon, with regards to exhibit...
Your mic, Jeff, counsel.
Sorry, ma'am. Captain Calderon.
Yes, sir.
With regards to States Exhibit 31 and 32, were you out there at the scene when these were taken?
No, sir.
So you can't testify from your personal knowledge that these truly and accurately reflect what they're purported to reflect, correct?
They're the pictures from the crime scene that were
That's not
given
what
to
I'm
me.
asking you.
Sorry?
I'm asking you, were you there? Do you have
I was
personal
not there, no,
knowledge?
sir.
We object, Your Honor.
Just a minute, I didn't catch the last question.
Do
That's
you-
not what I'm asking you.
The court clerk just interrupts. She's like,
do you have
hey, I
personal
can't hear
knowledge of
this.
the contents herein. Personal knowledge. Were you
No,
there?
I was not there.
Lack of personal knowledge, Your Honor. We object.
Okay, so they're
Well,
objecting.
they've been conditionally admitted, so you still can't publish them.
Okay, so conditionally admitted.
They were
They
previously.
were, okay. No problem, we'll bring the other witness, Your Honor.
So now they have to bring another witness, the one who's actually there, took the pictures, who can say, yes, those pictures are authentic. That's the crime scene as I saw it. I took the pictures before the jury can see that. Towels keep a naked body from touching the cold sink. It's Texas. I don't think anything was cold there. Ashley says, I think the defense will focus on the investigators telling him that the DA
At this time.
Now proceed, Your Honor.
passed the witness.
Captain
Okay.
Calderon, how long have you been a law enforcement officer, sir?
Since 2005, sir.
Okay, so 17 years approximately? Yes?
Almost 18 years.
Okay, and all those years, have they been with the Webb County Sheriff's Office?
That is correct.
And I gather you attended the training academy?
Correct.
When you first became a law enforcement officer?
In 2004, correct.
And what kind of training do you receive, out of curiosity?
And that at that time, it was a basic peace officer school.
Okay.
Penal code, traffic code, firearms,
Sure.
police tactics.
The penal code and the like, right?
Correct.
Okay. And as time passes, do you get continuing law enforcement education?
Yes, I do, sir.
Okay. And how long have you been a captain?
Since approximately 2015.
Okay. Now, is part of your training report writing?
Yes, sir.
And the purpose of report writing, an officer's duty to, or obligation, whatever, to write a report is to memorialize the events as they're happening. You agree with that?
I agree.
And basically it's to put your memory to paper. You agree with that?
I agree.
Okay. And obviously in 18 years of law enforcement, I imagine you've written a lot of reports.
Correct.
Okay. Now, may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
It sounds like there might be an error on the report or somebody's name in the wrong spot or something. Because he's focusing on this report. There might be something wrong here. McDonald's or Burger King? I'd go with Burger King, or Hungry Jack's, as they call it in Australia.
I'm going to show you, Captain Calderon, what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit number 2 for identification purposes only right now. But is that your report in this case?
Correct.
And maybe I'm wrong, but are there other reports that you have written other than this?
No, this
No?
is the supplement I wrote.
Okay. And in addition, I've noticed that during your testimony, you've been referring, the transcript is obvious, right? But to other items to refresh your memory. Is
Yes.
that correct?
Yes.
And is that this notebook here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd ask to review the notebook that he's been using to refresh his memory.
You may.
Thank you.
You may.
I need the very back of something personal, though. Can I keep it?
Oh, yeah, if it's personal, as long as it's not official with the case.
No, my receipt.
Yes, that's fine.
My receipt.
Thank you, Captain.
Okay, so defense just confiscated the notebook that the
No, Captain.
The witness has been using to refresh his memory.
Prosecution guide?
No.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. In this case, who was the lead investigator?
It was Ranger Salinas and I. We were joint investigators.
Okay.
We had different duties, different tasks.
So, and you're with the Webb County Sheriff's Office, obviously,
Correct?
and Ranger E.J. Salinas is with the Texas Department of Public Safety, the Texas Ranger Division, correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
And as in any other matter, who would the buck stop with in this investigation? With you or with him?
It's not that, the answer is not that easy. It's
Okay.
a joint investigation, sir.
So nobody was ultimately
Who's the boss?
entirely responsible and in charge of this investigation. No one individual is what I'm asking.
No
Hey, Lori,
one
thank-
person was in charge of everything, no, sir.
Thanks for the
Okay.
text, Lori,
And
for the clarification.
getting back to a prosecution guide, if I might just say, that's where a lead investigator is putting his memory down on paper when he directed somebody to do something.
CB Clark, I
when he
think-
spoke with somebody.
I think
who
it wasn't.
came in and gave him this, where he went and at what time and at what day and the like.
Which could be a problem if
And-
there's something in
and
that
it's a
that's bad.
comprehensive report by a lead investigator that summarizes the entirety of an investigation. Are you familiar with that?
I understand what you're getting at, yes, sir.
Okay, and in this instance, this is the investigation of 4 murders and the aggravated assault and the evading and the like. And your testimony is that you wrote a totality of 1, 2, 3, 4 pages. Is that
Correct.
your testimony?
If you look at my report, yes, that's my testimony, yes,
Okay.
sir.
And as a matter of fact, your report begins recounting events beginning on September 14th. Do you need to look at it to refresh your memory?
Or
Yeah, because I took
You've got it.
other items you were using. May I approach one? You may.
Gets his report back. Michelle, they can take it because he was using it to refresh his memory.
If I may.
Yes, sir.
So, yeah, they have every right to look at it.
Recounting events from September the 13th.
I'm surprised he brought it with him. I hope the prosecution knows every
Correct.
single word
Okay.
that's in that.
And so, so your report does not even begin from recounting the events of September the 3rd. Yes, no, I see that. But with regards to specifics, you
The
start
specific-
recounting events.
The specific date I put was September 14th.
Okay. And so, if I were to ask you, for example,
No, because work product used to write his report and to refresh his memory. Yep, they have every right to check it.
who was the first officer that responded on September the 3rd
Soon, Laura. You can throw a gavel soon.
to Melissa Ramirez's murder?
I believe that was Horacio Seguirre.
Okay. And so, if I were to ask you,
I believe it was. If I could look at my binder, I'd be able to
Zach,
tell you.
look what we
specifics.
just found. Look at that.
now, if I were to ask you, what did Deputy Horacio Izaguirre see when he arrived at the scene? You, from your own report, you would not be able to tell us what he told you or what he saw when he arrived in the light, would you? From your own personal memory.
Is
Well,
it a yes or
mommy,
no, or can I
mommy.
explain?
Welcome.
Let me rephrase it.
Okay.
You found a new home here. We're glad you made it.
If you wanted to know the events that happened back on September the 3rd of 2018, and you wanted to refresh your memory, would you have a report to do that of your own?
No, I'd pull up his.
Okay, so you would have to refer to Deputy Izaguirre's report in order to refresh your memory from his memory.
It gets added to my report, but yes.
Okay. And from your personal knowledge, because I guess we didn't hear from Officer Seguirre, or we haven't, Do you know if he stepped on a casing, if he moved the body, if he put tape around? What do you know about that, your personal knowledge?
I'll object to speculation on behalf of.
Well, sustain that.
Well, I guess I made my point.
Rephrase it.
Yes. So my point is, you didn't write any reports that you can refresh your memory from. From
So he's
September
saying
the 3rd
he's
of
basing his
2018.
memory from
Is that a
hearsay.
yes or no, or can I explain?
No, is it, did you write a report from the events of
It's a yes
September
or
the
no.
3rd, 2018? Or
The
did you-
report I wrote is what you have there.
Okay. And
I got a message from you, MB. I can't wait to play it. They're trying to show that he's refreshing his memory from someone else's report, which was basically like hearsay. It's like, oh, this is what happened, but you only know that because someone told you. This other officer told you because he didn't write his own report during this time frame before September 14th. So yeah, it
and if
seems
I were
like
to tell you
digging, but
that the totality of your report with regards to September the 3rd of 2018 is Captain Federico Calderon was assigned to the case involving the murder of Melissa Ramirez and Claudine Luera, Griselda Hernandez, and Humberto Ortiz. That's the totality of what I can read regarding September the 3rd of 2018 that you put to paper.
Did I put to paper?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. May I return this? Yes.
Marcy, every defendant is entitled to a defense.
Yes,
These
sir.
are public defenders. They're doing a good job. They're making sure the state has done everything necessary to prove this case, and they're arguing against anything that might be improper.
If we go
It's the
now
system,
to
but it works.
September the 13th, would this, if I ask you the same questions, the same applies. You did not write an individual report yourself of the events of September the 13th of 2018.
Yes or no?
Yes or no?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, he quit. He
just-
walked out yesterday.
I'm trying to
while
figure out your routine and habit. So is it your routine and habit to write just a brief summary when you're the lead investigator of a case?
No, it's not.
Okay. But in this case, that's what happened.
If you look on the top left of the sheet,
Yes, sir.
it says supplement to Texas Ranger report, and the Texas Ranger was the one who did the primary report, and that is my supplement to his report to include. So he wrote the primary report. That's why it says supplementary report
Do
on
we
it.
have a supplement? Did you hear that?
May I have a minute, Your Honor?
I didn't see that. Maybe we have a. There goes our defense. Oh crap. This guy is doing a great job under cross. I think he does better under cross than under direct. Really. Let's mute the mics really quickly. Let's go to lunch. He says, hey, I can get you that if you want. We can just go to lunch and it'll all be good. Tiffany Marie says, working and listening. I can't chat much. Need my hands. Well, take a break. We need to hear what you're thinking, Tiffany.
Now,
Glad you're here.
with regards to September the 3rd of 2018, regarding
wait to hear it, MB.
Melissa Ramirez, and then also the second case of Claudine Luera, you went to those crime scenes, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But you relied on the reports of other individuals. For example, a witness, let's say the first person that discovered or called in 911.
Okay.
You did not write a report. I spoke to, or et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
The patrolman did.
Okay. With regards to Melissa Ramirez's murder and case, you all had a suspect in that case, right?
Yes.
Okay. And because a vehicle was reported at the scene of the crime in close proximity and in close in time, correct?
You're correct.
And in that situation, the suspect just happens to be a Laredo Police Department officer, correct?
That is correct, sir.
And Laredo Police Department officers happen to carry .40 caliber firearms, correct?
Incorrect.
Okay. What do they carry, 9s?
Right now they carry 9mm. Before they used to carry 45.
Okay. Now,
Oops. Incorrect. My
With
children
regards
just brought me
to
another mug
the,
full of hot chocolate.
the interrogation of Mr. Ortiz, what training do you have in interrogation techniques?
I've attended a few interview and interrogation classes, some as part of my continuing education, and I've read some books.
And in your
watch YouTube.
career, how many interrogations do you believe you've conducted?
I wouldn't be able to put a number on it, but it's a lot.
Okay. And so you would agree with me that generally speaking, what happens in an interrogation room, generally on your part, based on your training and your experience, is not by accident. There's technique, there's rhyme to it, correct?
Sometimes, yes.
Okay. Now, in
Charlie,
this
we'll wrap up
instance,
when they break for lunch. Okay, I'll catch you up if you can
the
stick around.
substation is what, at 7209 East Saunders?
It's right outside the city limits of Laredo, yes, sir.
Okay. And even though it's kind of maybe obvious from the video camera, but is this a room that has windows, for example?
That room does not have windows, no.
Okay. And clearly Mr. Ortiz was in custody at the time?
Correct?
When you took Mr. Ortiz in there, did you, or to your knowledge, did anyone advise him that he was going to be video and audio taped?
No.
Okay. And the videotaping and audio taping
Was very poor.
Obviously, we can't tell from our view, but
Couldn't
from
tell
a
anything.
person in that room, it would not be obvious to that individual there is video and audio recording equipment there, correct?
There's a camera on the corner, and then there's the camera that you see.
Okay.
But there's another camera there that doesn't turn on, but there's a camera there, so.
Well, I guess if I walked in there, would I see a tripod with a camera on there?
A tripod, no, you'd see like a wall-mounted something.
And is that the one that's recording this, or
No.
is okay? So the one that is recording this is hidden, if you will.
Yes.
Great
Okay,
idea. Let me put
it's
this
either in
down.
a clock or a lamp or something, but
Something
it's
like
hidden.
that, correct.
And it's not hidden by accident; it's hidden by design.
That's the way they sell it, yes.
Okay. No, I mean, but what I'm saying is, by design, you don't want the individual to necessarily know he's being video and audio recorded. That's not by accident; it's by design.
I would say it's more so it's not a distraction. I think most people know they're being recorded when they go in there.
Well, do you know from your personal knowledge whether Mr. Ortiz knew?
No, I don't.
Okay. And you didn't bother to tell him, hey, by the way, when we walk in here, you're going to be video and audio recorded.
I didn't tell him, no.
And you didn't tell him because you forgot to tell him. You didn't tell him because it's by design.
I did not forget to tell him, no.
Okay. So you intentionally did not tell
I'm
him.
gonna object to the relevancy of placing a requirement of advising a camera that's not required, Your Honor.
The response.
It's not
Well, Your
relevant.
Honor, I'm trying to establish for the jury that everything that happens in this interrogation room is by design. Nothing is by accident.
I think you can move on to the next one.
Okay, Your Honor, I'll move on.
I'll get on it, Charlie.
Now, if and you know, the video is the best evidence, okay? So we know that. But we do have this transcript. But if I were to tell you that when you all walk in at the very beginning, and it's 3:21 with 29 seconds approximately, that one of the first questions that Ranger Salinas, and if you want to follow over with me, it's on this one, and then page 9.
Okay.
Okay. On page 9, line 11, Ranger Salinas says, okay, look, You know there's always two sides to every story. Everybody has problems, you know. So, and you know that you're in custody right now? Uh-huh. Okay, are you willing to tell us your side of the story as far as what happened, or, and Mr. Ortiz answers no.
Okay.
So he asked him literally, in other words, do you want to give a statement? And he says no. Do you see that?
I see what you're saying, yes.
Okay, and so you did not take that as him invoking his right, Fifth Amendment right. Do you see that he's invoking his Fifth Amendment right to remain silent?
No, I don't see that.
Okay, so what you and law enforcement require is it look, I invoke my Fifth Amendment right to remain silent. Is that what's required?
No, sir.
So if a guy says, no, I don't want to talk, that's not good enough for you.
In this case, I didn't take it as him invoking his Fifth Amendment right.
So if I go up to you and say, hey, do you want to talk to me? And you say no. No doesn't mean no?
It depends on the circumstance. You're making a generalization. In this instance, I didn't take it as a no.
Okay. Because you chose to not take it as a no, even though it's a no. Do you see the dilemma?
No.
What I'm suggesting to you
No, I don't see the dilemma.
And you can agree with me or not,
Okay.
that it's very simple. No means no. You're choosing to not accept the no as a no. Do you agree with that?
I don't agree with that.
Okay.
There was also a time when he said no, he didn't
Now-
want any water, but then he asked for more water. So, yeah, that doesn't hold up very well.
Now, at some point, and I believe it's, and again, I know it's a joint investigation, and I guess Mr. Ranger Salinas will testify later, but you start reading his rights, correct?
Mr. Salinas does, yes.
Okay. Now, when they're reading his rights, you go through all the rights
I just stuck a pile of papers on the microphone.
that the form has, right?
Never asked for a lawyer.
Correct?
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Laura's been chucking gavels all over the courtroom right now, virtually speaking. He never said the magic
I'm going to show you
words.
what's been marked for identification purposes only right now. It's Defendant's Exhibit number 3.
Yes,
Do you recognize that document?
That's my signature, yes, sir.
Okay. And in this transcript, Agent Salinas reads him the rights, okay?
Yes, sir.
And he reads all these rights, correct?
Correct?
And then at the end, though, he asks him, do you understand your rights?
Correct.
Okay. Do you see where, not in the form and not here, does he say, do you waive your rights?
And you knowingly, intentionally, and voluntarily waive these rights stated in this document?
Okay, at that point, he's reading them to them. But what I'm suggesting to you is, he asks him, do you understand them?
Yes.
Okay, you understand them. But he doesn't say, do you in fact waive them? You see how he doesn't ask him that?
It's right there.
No, but did he ask him that?
It's in the transcript.
No, that's not my question.
Okay, I'm confused.
Okay. It says that prior to and during the making of this, that you knowingly,
Yes.
intelligently, and voluntarily waive the rights set out in this document.
Yes.
But he doesn't say, do you in fact waive them? He doesn't do that.
Does he repeat the question to him and ask him again? No.
Okay.
That flopped. Defense flopped right there. You saw Ortiz's eyes fall. I think that needed to hit a home run for him to have any hope.
Now, are you aware that out when Mr. Ortiz was being arrested, that Noé Gonzalez either attempted, you know Deputy Noé Gonzalez?
Yes, I know
Okay.
him.
That he had either attempted or asked if he could read him his rights, read Ortiz's rights. Are you aware of that?
I'm aware.
And someone stopped them from doing that. Do you know who that was?
That would have been Lieutenant Nunez, probably.
Okay.
This is a weird part of the story.
You normally would not read someone their rights when they're being arrested?
Rights get read to you before you get questioned.
Okay. But not when you're getting arrested. So if you say anything, you know, in between, too bad or something like that?
Our deputies are instructed not to ask anything pertinent to the case. In general, and this is not specific to his case, they reserve that for the investigator, other than biographical name, date, you know, information that they're going to need. But questioning is done by the investigators, and if a deputy has to question him pertinent to the case, then they'll read them their rights.
But
they're aware of that.
Okay, but also not reading their rights is by design also. It's not by accident.
It's so that I can witness the reading of the rights and be able to tell you, yes, his rights were read to him, I was there.
Okay,
as an
but
investigator.
Well, you'll agree with me that not everybody goes into an interrogation room. You arrest a guy for resisting arrest, you don't take him to an interrogation room, correct?
Correct. Normally they go straight to jail and they don't get questioned.
Okay, and so
This guy's doing such a good
what
job.
we're saying here is that even though Deputy Noe Gonzalez attempted or wanted to read him his rights, he was deliberately stopped in this instance, correct?
Yeah, he should not have read him his rights, correct.
Okay.
That was our job.
Okay. Now,
Christine is
we
saying the
know
policy is to
that,
do it right before questioning, not upon
when
arrest.
you began speaking to Mr. Ortiz, fairly soon, he tells you about his education, correct?
Correct.
So we know that Mr. Ortiz has a master's degree and he has a bachelor's degree and an associate's degree, correct?
Correct.
We know that he was in the targeted enforcement unit with the Border Patrol.
Correct.
And that he's in the, also was in the BIG, the Border Intelligence Center, correct?
Yes, sir.
And he also let you know that he did 8 years of active duty for his country.
Yes.
PTSD.
And he was honorably discharged.
Correct.
Now, you're not a medical doctor or psychologist or psychiatrist, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, he informs you that he's been diagnosed with PTSD, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And anxiety and depression, insomnia, and migraines. Did he inform you of that?
He mentioned those, yes, sir.
Okay. And he also, in particular, mentioned to you the numerous pills that this Dr. Shankar had placed him on, correct?
He did mention that, yes, sir.
And he said that something along the lines that even the interview, the examination was over Zoom or whatever video conferencing. Is that correct?
I don't remember, but I don't
Okay.
have any reason to doubt it.
Now, he also tells you that that as soon as he started taking these pills, and he was drinking also, that his life went to shit, basically, is what he tells you.
He did say that, yes.
And on this date, I guess you would assume that he's still taking those pills, and he told you he was also still drinking. Is that accurate?
The drinking part, yes. The pills, I don't know.
Okay. And did you see that you had in front of you potentially mentally unstable person?
Not necessarily.
Okay. But regardless of the fact that he tells you that he's suffering all these ailments mentally, you still choose to insist and persist in continuing the interrogation.
The interview, yes, sir.
Okay.
The interview, not interrogation.
He also told you he went to about 40 appointments from February of 18 to September of 18.
I do remember that, yes, sir.
And if you refer to page 23 on disc 1,
Okay, sir.
Towards the bottom of that page, page 23, Mr. Ortiz says, "I'm fucking out of it." And then I just went to shit after that. Do you see that?
Okay.
Please, and then Agent Salinas says, "Physically, emotionally," and he says, "No, mentally."
Okay.
Okay. So he's telling you that he's mentally not well, right?
It's a matter of opinion, but
No, I know it's a matter of opinion, but at least he's verbalizing that.
he verbalized it, yes.
Okay.
But he also verbalized things so well that I don't think he was unwell mentally.
And he tells you all, just generally speaking, again, the video will speak for itself, like, I'm not good. I don't feel well. He's saying all these things to you during the
He did just kill
interview, correct?
two people in cold
He
blood.
may have. I don't remember that
Okay.
verbatim, but he may have.
And even Agent Salinas says, are you losing control or something? And he says, yes. And I'm just getting to the point that he's verbalizing to you that he's mentally not well. Do you see that?
I see what you're saying. I disagree, but I see what you're saying.
Fair enough. He also tells you that, and I'm on page 30 of disc 1,
Yes, sir.
We're still on
that,
disc one.
just generally speaking, from the day I was born until February of this year, I was a squared away bastard. And from February until now, and 40 fucking appointments, and look at me. Do you see that?
Yeah, I see that, sir. Yes.
And he tells you on page 31
We got the list
that he
yesterday.
has loss of control. Yeah, line 22, page 31, line 22. That he has loss of control.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Yeah,
Yes,
he's
sir.
a control freak,
Now,
and he lost that control.
on page 32, and I know we're right around 3:40 in the morning, you mentioned the gun.
Page, what page, sir?
I'm sorry. On page 32 of disc
32.
number 1.
Okay.
We're in the same page still. But what I was saying, I was looking at the time, it's around 3:40 in the morning.
Yes, sir.
You brought him in and the interrogation began at 2:30, right?
Around there, yes,
So
sir.
this is approximately an hour later.
Okay.
You already mentioned the gun in the truck, in his white Dodge, correct?
Okay.
I'm just making sure, we'll get back to that later, but I'm just making sure that within the hour, you're already mentioning the gun. Is that accurate?
Okay, so
Yes.
just note, the gun has not been admitted into evidence yet.
Now, he is cooperative, he tells you, he gives you consent.
What does that mean?
To search his house.
Is the state worried
Right.
that the search of the truck is not going
I'm
to
just
stand
going
up in
overall
court?
on
Correct.
disc 1.
We're just going to go line by line through all 7 discs. Luckily, he's going through the transcript.
Later on, he tells you he
not
takes 8
second
pills
by
per
second.
day.
I remember that.
Okay. And then at some point, it was mentioned that Ranger Salinas mentions blackouts. Recall that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And Ortiz says that he suffers from blackouts, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, prior to anyone mentioning blackouts, I mean, throughout the beginning of this interview, and I guess we're about an hour in, he's been mentioning to you that he's not mentally well, right?
He says that.
Okay. And so, blackouts conceivably could be part of not being mentally well.
Objection to speculation. That
Sustained at this time.
In other words, the blackout thing did not come out of thin air, is what I'm saying.
It was brought up by Agent Salinas, yes.
Okay. Now, we're still in disc 1, but he does tell you that he's mixing tallies, which is referring to tall boys, I would imagine, with the pills, correct?
Correct.
What do you think this Agent Salinas? Do you think he quit and went to another agency so we wouldn't have to testify in this trial?
The big, correct.
That was my understanding, yes, sir.
Well, MB, they're supposed to respond to me, but they have not been very responsive. I'm the one who asked the questions here. Yeah, he really latched onto that when they offered that blackout scenario. He jumped right on board, and he rode that all the way till he started confessing.
At some point, on disc 2, he mentions to you that the blackouts occur when he drinks and takes the pills.
Correct.
Arguably, just drinking enough can get you to black out, but mixing the two definitely can do that. Yeah, we are not very helpful when it comes to dieters in this chat.
Speaking, at times you were leaving him there by himself for extended periods of time.
Mm-hmm.
Define extended.
Is that
mean 6 hours?
That's correct.
Okay, and it's a common tactic in interrogations to leave individuals by themselves.
In this case, it wasn't, and it is sometimes. In this case, it wasn't.
Well, you all are viewing on the monitors, right?
When I would leave, I would actually go do something. I'd go look something up, or we'd discuss something, discuss how we're going to approach the next interview. I don't think I went to the monitor room too many times.
Now, at some point, and now I'm on disc 3, just generally speaking, he does start talking about checking out, which basically is talking about suicide.
Correct.
He starts saying he's a disgrace.
Yes.
He says he's disgraced himself and in the military and the like.
Correct.
And at some point he tells you that one of the reasons he went to the VA, because he'd been out of the military for a while, but one of the reasons he went to the VA is because he didn't have a primary care doctor in Laredo.
Yes, sir. I remember that, yeah.
He had a primary care doctor, it appears, in San Antonio, but not in Laredo. And that he couldn't get in with any primary care doctor in Laredo at the time. Do you recall that?
I recall that, yes, sir.
And he again mentions that the VA immediately put him on all this, he says, fucking medicines, and my life turned to shit.
I remember that.
Okay. Now he does talk about feeling paranoid, that he can't sleep and he checks the logs a lot. He thinks that maybe people are plotting against him. Do you remember that?
He said I do the same thing.
I remember the lock part, yes.
And he says it started when he started taking those pills. Recall that?
I recall.
So it appears that this event with the VA unraveled his life. I mean, when I say that, I mean after going to the VA, his statements to you are that his life became unraveled.
His statements to me?
Yes, sir.
Are that, yes.
Okay. And he tells you that he has nothing in his background about this before going to the VA, right?
That's what he said.
Okay. And he mentions the medications, different names that I guess most of us are not familiar with. Were you familiar with the medications he was taking?
Some of them, not all.
Let's hear them again.
Okay.
Everybody write these down. VA is Veterans Affairs. It's
And they even put him on some
hospital
sort of a
for
seizure medication.
military veterans.
Do you recall
Veterans
that?
Administration, you're
If
right.
you can tell me the name of the one, I can.
There's so many names here. To be honest with you, I'm not too sure which one. But
I
do you recall
remember
that he
him
mentioned something
mentioned
about
something
seizure?
about that, yeah.
And then he goes on to relate to you his experiences in Iraq. He was a medic with I think the 1st Marine unit or something like that. Do you recall something like that?
I believe he said he was a Navy corpsman
Navy
attached
corpsman.
to the Marine Corps.
Yeah, and apparently, you know, it was during the invasion of Iraq.
Correct.
He saw some pretty, you know, disturbing things over there.
That's what he said.
Now, at this point, you don't have any reason to doubt that, do you?
No, sir.
And he talks about seeing burned people and, you know, knowing about triage in his training, right?
Correct.
And he said that he didn't expect that triage in civilian life is very different than triage in combat.
Yes, sir.
And I'm still on this 3, but generally he's talking about, I guess when he was in the truck, if he had his gun, he would have shot himself. He says that several times.
In disc 3.
Yeah, I'm at page 85, disc 3. And I'm on line 22 of page 85, where he says, if I had my gun, I would have shot myself right there.
Mm-hmm.
You see that?
Yes, sir.
And then on page 87, line 19, he also says, well, I would have, if I had my gun, I would have shot myself already.
Correct.
And then right after that, he goes in and talks about the event with his father, where his father apparently committed suicide.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, if we go to disc 5, on page 4, and I think Agent Salinas mentions to him on line 6, you're sleepy, and he says a little, question, you want to go to bed? He goes, yeah. You see that?
I do see that.
But I'm sorry, you got to stay awake a little longer. You killed a couple people, and we have to get to the bottom of it.
And then if we go to page 5, I think it's Agent Salinas. No, it's you now. It's Captain Calderon. On line 6, so you say question. So we won't keep going in circles here. I know that you're tired and everything, and we've got a lot of stuff to do, and we're still getting hits, you know. So you're acknowledging that he is tired, correct?
That's what I said there, yes.
At that point in time, do you know when's the last time he slept, just generally speaking?
When the last time he slept was? No.
Yes, you don't know.
I don't.
So you don't know how sleep deprived he is?
No.
Okay. And you don't know if he's taking all these 8 pills during that day?
I have no idea.
And you don't know how many tallies he's had?
Nope.
Okay. If you go, and again, while we're still on disc 5, if we go to page 10, it's Agent Salinas, line 9. That's when he's asking about being placed in isolation, correct?
Correct.
And then on line 17, this is Salinas saying, you're asking me to do something when you ask me for something that's it's doable, but we're sitting here and you keep telling me that you didn't do anything. So you see how like it's conditional. We'll ask that you go to isolation, but you got to talk to us. Do you see that?
No, I don't agree with that statement.
Okay. And then on page 12, line 20, now this is you speaking. And again, the isolation comes up, and then you just sit there here and tell me that you know that's not the way that shit went down. But when you're in the room and I take you somewhere, you want me to put you in isolation and for not talking to anybody who is not doing anything, and for just, you know. So again, the implication is he asked for something in isolation, he needs to talk. Do you see that?
No, sir. I
Okay.
think you're misconstruing it.
Getting back to isolation, page 21.
Mhm.
Line 20.
Okay.
And that's where Ortiz says, I'm just put me in isolation, and then question, that's not going to happen. That's either you or Salinas. And then Salinas again, it's not going to happen. It's not that easy. You see that?
Yes, sir, I do.
And you're telling him it's not going to happen because he's not talking.
Not because he's not talking. If you'd like for me to explain, I can, but
No.
okay.
Nope, don't explain.
Uh,
Let's go with my scenario. It's better. We'll get that on redirect.
So then if we go to page 22, line 5, question, well then why would you want to be put in isolation? Answer, best interest. Of who? Answer, everyone. That's it. And so, question, well, I'm not getting much to go out, and so you're not giving me so much to go on to put you in this, you know, again, referring to isolation. You're not giving me anything for me to go out and put you in isolation. Do you see that?
I see what you're pointing out.
But do you see that it's conditional?
May I explain?
No, I'm just asking you
Okay.
if you see that it's conditional.
No, I don't.
No. This is a stretch here. I mean, maybe he's getting at something, but it's done intentionally. I don't think they crossed the
Now,
line.
at some point on page 28, line 24 towards the bottom,
Yes, sir.
I don't know what he's going through, but he says, can you go get my medicine? You see what he's asking for his medicine?
I do see that, yeah.
And did you comply with his request and give him his medication?
Was I in there?
No, I'm just asking you if you ever provided him
No,
any
we didn't. I
medication.
didn't give him any medication. No. That normally would not have happened at the station.
Sure. And at some point at the end of disc 5, you saw where Mr. Ortiz starts breaking down and starts crying. Do you remember that?
I remember that.
Okay. Now, we go to disc 6. Now it's 10 o'clock in
We're
the morning.
just flying through these discs.
So he's been there, what, 7.5 hours. He's told you he's not mentally well. He's asked for his medicines. He's requested isolation. He's told you that all this medications messed him up. He told you he's been drinking. He's told you he wants to commit suicide. Was that you agree that all those things have been said and told to you by 10:38 in the morning?
Everything that you said was said by him. Yes.
Okay.
The
So
rules in
then,
Texas is that you have to ask
you all
questions from a
still
seated position.
Insist and persist on continuing the interrogation, correct?
Correct.
Insist and persist.
And now
Yes, we kept doing our jobs.
To page 13 at 10:55, and now I'm on line 17,
Okay.
and that's where Agent Salinas says, look, partner, everything so far that you've talked about, and everything that you've asked, we've accommodated you, okay? Now, half the district attorney's office, he's right here, the DA himself, okay? Ortiz, okay, sir. Question, and now is the time. If you want us to put in a good word for you, you need to. You see that?
I saw that.
Okay. And now, the DA is Mr. Isidro Alanis here to my left, the elected district attorney of Webb County, Texas, correct?
You're correct.
Yes, it is
And,
true. In Texas,
he's over there
they have to ask questions
at-
from the
at 10:30,
their desks
10:55 in
seated,
the morning.
unless they have to approach the witness.
At the substation.
It's a little different.
with
A
you
lot
all,
of states
correct?
stand up
No,
and walk
yeah, I'm
around or
VJ in
preach
the-
from a pulpit type thing, but
room.
I'm
here
sorry?
they're seated.
I'm interviewing Mr. Ortiz.
No, but you were all outside. You came in at around 10:55. You all walked into the room.
Oh,
It
okay.
says- you
Well,
see?
okay, I understand what you're saying, yes.
Okay, and
CTW,
then we've
thanks
had
for being here.
hearings before, and, you know, you testified, and so you've been interrogating Mr. Ortiz for now 8 hours roughly.
Okay.
You've iced him basically, he's, you know,
Iced
whether it
him.
was intentional or not, you've left him alone there, just mulling, anxiety, etc. And now you come in, or Salinas anyway, and tells him that the elected district attorney of Webb County, the man that has his fate in his hands, is there with you all at the substation. That's what Salinas told him, basically, right?
Mr. Salinas told him that the district attorney was there.
Okay.
He didn't say the man who had his fate in his hands.
Well, let me ask you, do you recall going and speaking with Mr. Alanis yourself about the case, about Mr. Ortiz?
From time to time, maybe.
I'm sorry?
After this,
No, I'm talking
during.
during. Okay, you all are on break for a while before you walk in at 10:55.
Okay.
Okay. Salinas and you walk in, and Salinas starts talking about the DA is there,
Okay.
and you are walking into the interrogation room,
Okay.
and he starts telling him that now is the time if you want us to put in a good word. You see how if is a conditional word?
I understand what you're saying.
You see?
Yes. Okay.
And so the implication to Mr. Ortiz, or to a person, any person sitting there, would be that you all have been outside and you've been talking to Mr. Alanis, and you're saying, if you want us to put a good word, what is the implication? Talk. It's not like any other event. It's like talk. If you want us to put in a good word with Mr. Alanis, the man that holds his fate in his hands. Do you see that, sir?
I understand what you're saying. I disagree, but I understand what you're saying.
Okay. So in this break before you all walk in at 10:55, I imagine that Mr. Alanis was not there for a resisting arrest or anything else, that he was there for this case. Tell this jury what you and Mr. Alanis discussed prior to you walking in at 10:55.
4 years
that
ago,
day.
when I had been up for almost 30-something hours, I don't recall exactly what I discussed.
Okay.
When I left the interview room, during the interview, it's recorded, so it's a lot easier to remember. But
Okay.
I'd been up a long time too.
And so you see, Captain Calderon, how it would help the jury, the judge, the lawyers, the public to know what you did during those time periods had you properly followed procedure in written reports to put your memory to paper. Do you see that now?
Just
Reports
connecting
were
the
made.
dots.
You are saying that you have no memory because you did not put your memory to paper, Captain Calderon.
You're asking me for the exact conversation. I don't remember the exact conversations I had.
But had you been writing reports, had you been writing notes, you would have written down 10:55 or 10:20, whatever the time you spoke to Mr. Alanis. I discussed this with Mr. Alanis. You see how you would have remembered today had you put your memory to paper.
I don't think that's something that would have gone on a police report.
You would have kept it from your reports? You would have hidden it?
It would not have been hidden. It's not a conversations you have with coworkers. It's not something you normally put on a police report.
Captain Calderon,
Yes,
this is not a coworker. This is the elected district attorney of Webb County
correct,
that makes ultimate, including death penalty decisions
correct.
of individuals.
Yes,
Mr. Ortiz is there.
yes,
Ranger Salinas comes in and says the elected DA is here. If you want us to put a good word,
yes.
the implication is talk. Do you see that?
No.
That's not clear to you.
He was not, you're implying to me that he was the only person there. He was not. There was a lot of people there. My bosses were there, my supervisors were there, my chiefs were there. He was not the only person there. It's not the way you're making it seem.
Then why did Ranger Salinas not go in there and say, hey, Corporal Stern is here, or Deputy Stern who testified? Why did he not say that? Why did he mention Alanis?
I'm gonna object to him speculating why they didn't talk about it.
Okay. But Ranger Salinas did not come in there and say Deputy Stern is outside. If you want us to put in a good word with Deputy Stern, talk. He didn't mention Deputy Stern. He
No, sir, he
mentioned
didn't.
the elected district attorney of Webb County. Did he
You're
not?
correct. Yes,
Okay.
sir, he did.
He's been able to
So
build
the
an
fact
argument,
that
which is
Elizondo or
impressive.
Bob or Joe are in there is irrelevant. What's relevant to Mr. Ortiz, from the point of overcoming his free will, is that the elected district attorney is there. And if he wants you to put in a good word with him, talk. Do you not see that as clear as day, sir?
No.
Okay.
I don't think the jury bought that.
Now,
I don't think
on
that's
page
coercion.
14, you're telling him that, you know, you've kept your promise, if you will, and you've talked to his wife, and you did what he asked you to do. You see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Further down
Sorry.
on page 14, it's you talking, and on line 20, again about what you've done for him and the good word with Alanis. We've gotten your picture. We talked to your wife. Here you're saying you're asking us for the picture of your family, and we can. Not we did. We can get you the picture of your family. We can work on that. You see how you're giving them inducements?
Sean, thank you for the
I
super
say I
chat.
can work on it because I have to ask for permission for those things. I'd have to ask my boss, can I give him a picture of this? Can I do this? So I
Yes.
said I can work on it because I can't do that on my own authority.
But we're not talking about you. We're talking
Okay.
about the effect that
Sean,
it has
appreciate you being here
on a,
and the
on a
additions you bring to the
suspect in
channel.
overcoming his free
what makes it
will
what it is.
by
So
offering
thank you. Appreciate the support
inducements. You
too.
see that?
I was not offering him something in order to make him do something he wouldn't ordinarily do.
Well, why didn't you just tell him, I'm not going to get that picture?
I had no reason to not do that.
Because there is a reason to do it. You see that?
No.
Okay.
He wants a picture. He can do it. He's like, well, I'll ask
And
permission.
you even go further on this picture. You say they don't allow stuff in the jail, but I can work on trying to get permission for that dude. You see how you're
Correct.
going out of your way to provide inducements. Do you see that?
Yes, I do. You see,
Okay.
you're assuming I only do it for him, but I would do that for anybody who asks for something.
Well, you provide inducements to suspects so they
Not
can talk.
inducements. I provide, if someone asks for something, I will accommodate them. It's an accommodation. It's not an inducement.
And then on line 8, you say, and it's, I'm sorry, not you, Agent Salinas. And
Yes, sir.
again, you're working in tandem, so
Yes,
I'm
I
not saying
understand.
you.
Yes.
Agent Salinas, I believe, has
Agent
moved on to
Salinas,
Texas
and you
A&M.
didn't want us to break
Doesn't
down
work
your
here
door,
anymore.
and we're not going to break down your door. We're not going to ransack your house. And it's, again, it's something in the future. We're not going to do that if you talk.
No, it's not an if you
Okay.
talk. It's a reinforcement. We're not going to break down your door. We're not going to ransack your house. We're not going to trash your kid's room. It's not something we do.
Okay.
Just like we don't take trophy picks.
But then, because you're saying it's not inducements, on line 14 on page 15, you say, question, and it's you now. Help yourself. Help us. You see? Help us, the police.
Yes, help me.
Help us out with what happened, and we'll get you the picture that you've asked for. I'm working on that right now. I have one of my guys working on it. So, help us, and then I'll do this.
No.
Okay. You see,
No, the
do you
guy's
know,
already
you're
working
familiar
on
with the word, with the phrase quid pro quo?
Yes.
Something for something.
Yes.
All of this, Alanis, the picture, the wife, not ransacking the house, all of that is something for something to overcome the free will of Mr. Ortiz.
I disagree.
You see, this is not a conversation you're having at a cafe. You see that.
What's your objection?
Well, it's not a question. Now he's getting argumentative, talking about something at a cafe.
Okay, well, rephrase the question. On
Yes, sir.
That's the question.
I mean, you appreciate the fact that he's a captive audience. You're familiar with that term?
Explain for me.
Well, a captive audience is like if you're in an elevator and you can't get out, and the guy next to you is arguing with his wife or something like that. You're captive. You're a captive audience to that guy. You can't get out.
Okay.
Okay, just to make my point.
Sure.
He is a captive audience. He can't walk away from you. He has to be there and listen to you. You see that?
Or terminate the interview.
Well, he didn't want to do the interview in the first place. He told you no. Do you remember that?
Okay. That's been asked and answered. Now he's badgering the
This is cross-examination on a capital murder case, Your Honor. You say he didn't terminate the interview. He didn't even want to start it. He told you no. Do you recall that?
I recall where you said that, yes.
And what you all did, not you, again, I think it was Ranger Salinas, forgive me. What Ranger Salinas, and it's called a diversion tactic, he said, well, I still got to read you your rights. And he went into the rights. That's by training, that's by design, that's by technique. It's not by accident. Is that true? Is that accurate, Captain Calderon?
Is it true that we read people their rights?
No, sir.
Okay.
That when an individual is starting to assert a right in any form or fashion, do I need a lawyer? Might I want to be quiet? You all utilize and employ diversion
No,
tactics.
sir, you're wrong.
I'm going to object to the mischaracterization of the evidence. There was never any evidence that he just injected that Mr. Ortiz asked for a lawyer. And he specifically gave that statement that if
He's correct, Your Honor. I was talking about not wanting to start the interview, but I'll go back to it.
Rephrase the question.
Yes, Your Honor. What I'm suggesting to you, and you can agree or disagree.
Just yes or no.
Captain Ranger Salinas comes in and says, "Okay, are you willing to give us a statement on what happened?" Ortiz, no. Well, I still got to read you your rights. Okay. It's a diversion tactic.
I'm going to object to the
Having
question
some
is an opinion.
Buffering issues. Anyone seeing that?
Okay.
It's a statement.
Okay.
Injecting his opinion, it's not a direct question.
I'll change it to a question. Is it a diversion tactic?
No.
Is it by design?
I don't understand what you mean by design. If you're asking if it's a diversion tactic, no.
I mean, you testified earlier, you've conducted hundreds of interrogations, right? Or like something like that.
Let's go ahead and end the poll.
More than I can count, yes, but I can't give you an exact number.
You have training in this.
Yes, I do.
79%,
Generally, nothing
or
in an
80 to 20,
interrogation
basically.
happens by accident, right?
80%
I
say no.
wouldn't
This isn't a good
generalize
argument.
any
for the defense.
investigator style.
But they do teach. What do they teach you in interrogation? Do they teach you tactics?
Some they do,
Yeah,
some different
right.
ones, yeah.
And you all utilize those tactics, correct?
Yes.
And you're taught that you can lie to citizens in order to get them to talk, right?
Yes, correct.
Right? So you and Ranger Salinas, I don't know how long Ranger Salinas has been a cop, but I imagine a long time. So you all utilize this 20, 40 years of experience, and you utilize all those tactics when you're interrogating the suspect. Is that accurate?
I would say that's accurate, yes.
Okay. And you did that in this case?
Use my training, yes.
Yes. And it doesn't stop there. Then we go to the retirement. We would go to page 16, line 23.
I think I'm going to clear it up here. Give me just a minute.
Are you there? I'm sorry, I just want to make sure you're there. Page 16, line 23.
Yes, sir.
And let me see, hold on. Well, a little bit further up, we're talking up again about the picture. And I believe now, here it's you, Captain Calderon, line 18. I'll even ask the sheriff to permission to let you take it in, the picture. This picture is very important to him. It was a picture, at some point it says it's his family on Father's Day. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do recall.
Okay. And you're doing everything you can.
Should get a little better here.
To
kicks the neighbors off my
I guess
Wi-Fi.
bending the rules even, that you're going to ask the sheriff permission to let him let you take it in, right? Do you see that?
I see that.
And Ortiz says, can you do that? Like, can you do that for me? You see that? The next,
Yes, I do.
Okay. And then you say, the follow-up after he says, can you do that? You say, I can work on that. All I'm asking for is for you to do the right thing. What's
Yes.
the right thing? To talk. To talk.
I'm gonna object on that, sir. That's not a question, he's injecting his opinion.
No, it was a question.
Well, finish the
Well,
the
because
statement.
if he's making an argument, he's not asking him a question.
The way it was phrased, it was not a question. It was
Okay.
a statement.
What's the right thing? To talk. Is that not correct?
To take responsibility for what he did.
To talk. To open his mouth. Isn't that true?
To take responsibility.
Well, as opposed to remaining silent. You see what I'm saying?
He
I
wasn't
see what
silent.
you're getting at.
Okay. Now, like I said, it doesn't stop there, because then he starts talking about his retirement and his wife being able to keep it. Remember?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. And in that situation,
What
you
did I miss?
say, he's talking about he wants her to keep it in general. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And again, I think this is you, Captain Calderon. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you say, and I'm on line 4 of page 17.
Okay.
You say, you know what? I don't know, but I can find out. You know that. That's stuff that we can work on. That's what I was trying to get out earlier. If she needs help after this, Ortiz says, I want her to keep that seriously. And then you say, and there's a way that you could help her, help us, cooperate, walk straight with us, help us a little bit, count on us. That's quid pro quo, something for something.
No, sir. I asked for his help.
Hold on, it's a question. Do you see that that's something for something, Captain
No,
Calderon?
I disagree.
You help us, and we'll help your wife keep the retirement. Do you
I
see
don't
that?
see it as an and.
Okay.
They did a good job.
Mr. Perez, is this a good breaking point for lunch?
Yeah, this, Your Honor.
Okay. We're going to go ahead and recess for lunch. It's a little past 12:30. I'll ask the jury to be back by 1:45. And I'll remind you not to discuss the facts of the case, not to watch any news accounts or read any newspaper articles regarding this case. You're excused for lunch.
All right, to the jury.
So we have an hour and 15 minutes for lunch. We are going to just recap where we're at right now in the trial. Looks like the buffering issue might not quite be done. We're trying to get over it. Just for your information, as we go to lunch here, let me just show you. I'm not sure if you can see, but in our house right here, we have 6 download streams and 1 upload stream happening at the same time, all on the same internet connection. So it is a lot to manage, and if a device decides it wants to patch or update or something like that, it can get a little iffy. So we just try to manage all the updates and keep everything as bandwidth light as possible, and that eliminates the buffering issues. Is this lawful law? Asked and answered. Yes. The things he's bringing out, the points he's saying, this is literally how they're trained to do it. This is how interrogation works. And granted, maybe for a jury, they might look at this and say, wow, I've never been interrogated. I didn't know they do this type of thing. It might seem weird, but this is normal. This is not just normal. It's okay. It's approved. This is good police work. So as we get ready here for going to lunch, I told a couple people, I'm not sure it was it Edward? I don't know, somebody came in and asked for an update. So let me try to rapidly catch you up to where we are in the case right now. In Texas via Juan David Ortiz, we have a Border Patrol agent who's accused of murdering 4 individuals. The police knew about 3 of them, and they through the 5th witness who got away, or the 5th victim who got away, who actually was would have been the 3rd victim timeline chronologically. They found out about Juan David Ortiz and ended up locating him, but not until he had killed 2 more people. So this trial is about him and about his guilt. But in spite of the fact that he gave a 9-hour recorded interview confession, the interview ended with the confession where he told them everything about it, said, I did it, confessed to those 3 murders, and told them about the 4th one they didn't know about. In spite of that, they've now gone back from a defense standpoint and said, we're going to plead not guilty. But the way we're going to attack this is we're going to say the evidence that the police gathered and the way they gathered it was improper. That there was coercion in the interrogation, and they broke him down mentally over all these hours. They promised him something in return for him talking. All this. So they're throwing all this at the wall to see what will stick. They haven't been very successful in doing that. The gentleman on the stand, the investigator, is doing a great job under cross. And so he's holding up really well. I don't think this is holding up with the jury at all. It's just, how do you get over the fact that this guy just confessed to killing someone the police didn't know about, and he's the only one who knew, and he's the only one that had those facts? How do you then say, oh, you're not guilty? The testimony is in evidence, right? This witness interrogation, this interview video is in evidence, and the jury is hearing this. They can't unring that bell. So that's what's going on. We are still in the prosecution phase of the evidentiary portion of the trial. So right now the defense is cross-examining the witness, and they're working through the transcript of those videos and pointing out every time that Mr. Ortiz said, the drugs messed me up, or I'm not right in the head, or whatever it is, I wanted to kill myself, whatever it was he said. They're pointing those out to try to reinforce that in the mind of the jury, that he wasn't right, that things were wrong upstairs, sort of thing. He was playing with less than a full deck, and so that's what they're trying to do, to instill that doubt in the eyes of the jury. Not sure if it's going to work, but he has confessed, right? So, this is what we're dealing with. The interesting thing right now, and I brought this up a little bit earlier, is as of this moment in trial, we do not have the gun introduced as evidence. It's like it has not been presented and verified and submitted to the court and say, I moved to submit evidence, what number such and such, prosecution evidence such and such, and it hasn't happened. We have not been able to get that brought in. And I have to ask why. Why would you go this far in the case and go all the way through the confession, which really chronologically is the last thing to happen, other than going out and finding the 4th victim's body and taking pictures and the evidence from that crime scene? Why have we skipped that integral part that happened when they first found Mr. Ortiz at the gas station, held him at gunpoint, and he ran from them? Why have we skipped the fact that at that point they looked in his truck, they searched his vehicle, they found the purses of 2 of the women he had killed. They found the blouse from Erica. They found the firearm that was used in the weapon, or the firearm that was used in the murders. Why have they not tried to present that in court? And the question is it because there was a problem? Was the search unlawful? And if it was, can they get a conviction without it? That's my question. Anyway, interesting stuff. Thank you to everyone who has been here in chat today. You guys have provided some great questions, some great conversation back and forth. Tiffany Marie says, "Have a great lunch," and all my true crime friends. We are going to have a great lunch. I appreciate everyone who has supported the channel just by being here, by liking the channel, by subscribing. Those that have sent super chats, thank you so much. I appreciate that. We've had a couple mugs ordered today as well, and I'm excited for those to go out to you guys. Hope you love them as much as I do. I've been using 2 mugs. My hot chocolate's gone, but I switched to the red mug for the hot chocolate. The pink mug still has water in it. I'll have a little bit more of that in a minute because I've been talking a lot. But thank you. We'll be back here about 15 minutes before, so about 45 minutes. I think we're going to be back. Patty says, "Agree. Gun may get thrown out as evidence," and that's a big thing because the gun gives the forensic link to the killings. The forensic link. Toxic says, "Please check Discord DMs when you have a moment." Let me take a quick peek before I leave here. Looks like I do have something from you, Toxic. Voice chat is up. Woohoo! Let's see. Let me read this. I read it first just to make sure I didn't get into something that I wasn't aware where it was going. Toxic said on a Discord chat to me, she said, "Hey, I was wondering if you could do us a favor. I believe now we have the capability to put a banner on our Discord. I was thinking, since we have so many talented artists in the chat, that it would be fun to hold a Crate As the Gavel Drops header banner. We could have a vote for the best. That way everyone is involved in choosing the banner for the Discord." I think that's a great idea, Toxic. I would just like to thank you publicly again for putting this together. Those that don't know, Toxic Orchid has put together a Discord page called As the Gavel Drops, which she has freely let all of us addicts in. And Lil Miss is involved in that as well. But, oops. Sorry, I clicked on the wrong thing. But the two of them and some other people have organized so much information about true crime cases that are happening all over the country. And if you want to follow any or have questions about some of the documents or the dates or what's happened in any of them, this is the place to go. Yeah, that Discord. And they do post the link here. I'll let you post it one more time here before we run to lunch, just in case you still need that. It is well worth going and visiting, and thank you so much for letting all the addicts in to run amok amongst the Discord page. I think it's a great idea. If we have people, maybe Stephen Lee, of course, would be, and we've got a couple others. Color Me Abstract might be interested in joining, and others. We have many artists in the group that might be willing to submit an entry for the banner page for the gavel as the gavel drops. Anyway, that's all we have right now. So it is time. It is time for me to have some lunch and for you to have some lunch. We all get a little bit of a comfort break. It's the only one we get in the middle of the day. I know some of you take comfort breaks without me giving you permission, and that's fine. But this is my comfort break, so I'm going to need to run and get everything I need done and prepare for this here. We'll be back in probably about an hour. I think he said he'd be back in about an hour. So we'll do that. Maybe 45 minutes. Watch for the notification. If you hit the subscribe button and ring the bell, you will know that I'm back on the air, because just YouTube should tell you, and then you can join us. Remember, the first person in chat when we start the live chat will win the internet for the rest of the day. And with that prize comes the heavy responsibility of maintaining it worldwide. But I'd like to thank Golden Mom for keeping the internet up and running. We did have a few hiccups there at the end, but overall you did a great job this morning, Golden Mom. We'll get somebody to fill in for you after lunch. So thank you guys. We'll be back. Stay safe. We'll see you on the other side of lunch.